guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues.
Speaking on Fox Sunday Morning Futures, Duffy said the longer the shutdown drags on, more long-term risks will be created for the transportation industry going forward.
Instead of going in the right direction, trying to bring more controllers into the system, I'm going to lose them. This has long-term implications on our ability to make sure we don't have the staffing shortages and our flights are on time.
He added that Americans should continue to expect flight delays and disruptions this week. The Senate failed to pass spending legislation for a 12th time last week. Democrats are calling on Republicans to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies, while Republicans say they won't negotiate until the shutdown is ended. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The U.S. Pacific Fleet says 2 U.S. Navy aircraft from the USS Nimitz crashed during separate routine operations over the South China Sea.
A Seahawk helicopter and an FA-18 Super Hornet fighter jet went down in the waters. All 5 crew members were rescued in stable condition. The Navy is investigating both incidents. Crashes happened roughly 30 minutes apart. The incidents come as the Nimitz undertakes its final deployment after over 50 years of service since its commissioning in 1975. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The NBA gambling scandal continues to unfold. FBI investigators revealed an illegal betting operation and game rigging scheme. Jim Kaler is the director of Sports and Entertainment Management Program at Cleveland State University.
I think it was only predictable in a matter of time. And if you look at the scale of the number of professional athletes today and how big sports gambling has become, it was just a matter of time.
Miami Heat's Terry Rozier and former player coach Damon Jones are accused of using inside information to wager on games. Portland Trail Blazers coach Chauncey Billups was arrested in a mafia-linked poker case. Rozier was released on home collateral. Billups appeared in federal court without entering a plea. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett of Texas reportedly hid stocks in 25 companies, including Amazon, GM, Exxon, and Aurora Cannabis, all the while pushing cannabis decriminalization bills. She sought to enter the marijuana business, raising conflict of interest questions, and has criticized President Trump, who has called her a political hack. The state of Florida is naming its high school speech and debate competition after assassinated conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
In Sarasota, Governor DeSantis says the statewide debate competition will now include scholarships up to $50,000 for the winner of the Charlie Kirk Prize. DeSantis says that goes a lot farther in Florida state universities with their low tuition.
You're not going to spend $50,000 in undergrad in Florida, most likely.
Private donations are paying for the scholarships. DeSantis also announced a partnership with Turning Point USA to allow Club America chapters in high schools and says that is not up for debate. I'm Gordon Bird.
Irvine, California is receiving the nation's first all-electric hospital.
UCI Health Irvine will open on December 10th. The 7-story, 144-bed facility is part of a $1.3 billion medical campus. It will feature renewable solar park structures and rainwater collection systems, as well as energy-efficient equipment. It will also operate without carbon fuels, relying only on electricity generated on-site or procured from sustainable sources. This aligns with the University of California's goal of decarbonizing its campuses by 2045. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
What do you say? Who is ready for a brand new day? Well, ready or not, here we go. We're about to close out a Monday from one coast to the next, time zone to time zone. We'll make our way into a Tuesday, day number 28 in the month of October. Hey. Hope your week's off to a good start. Got the hard part behind us. Now we settle in. Try to do something productive. All right? I'm Steve Sommers. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Get things underway. Hey, we've got some late night baseball that continues. Game number 3, World Series. We got some extra baseball being played tonight. We are locked up at 5 runs apiece as we head toward inning number 11 there in Los Angeles. Who will it be? Series is tied 1 game apiece. So we'll continue to follow that. Meanwhile, great to have you on board. All eyes on Jamaica. Prayers for the folks that live on that island. Awaiting the devastating impacts of Hurricane Melissa. Let's start with the latest advisory there. The 11 p.m. Eastern update, right about an hour ago. Melissa's moving toward the north-northeast at about 2 miles per hour. This thing is crawling. Now a turn toward the northeast and an increase in forward speed is expected as we roll through the day Tuesday, followed by a faster northeastward motion Wednesday and Thursday. But on this track, the core of Melissa is expected to move near or over Jamaica, across then southeastern Cuba Wednesday morning, and then across the southeastern to central Bahamas later on Wednesday. The updates showing maximum sustained winds near 175 miles per hour, higher gusts, so definitely a Category 5 hurricane. The Hurricane Center says some fluctuations in intensity are likely before Melissa makes landfall on Jamaica, but Melissa is expected to reach Jamaica and southeast Cuba as an extremely powerful major hurricane and will still be at hurricane strength when it moves across the southeastern Bahamas. Maybe no longer a major hurricane, but still Category 1, maybe 2. Minimum central pressure is now down to 903 millibars. We've seen continued strengthening throughout the day. Monday, matter of fact, some of the latest from the hurricane hunters. There was they're saying some heartbreaking reports that show the intensity of Melissa. There are birds, they say, trapped inside the eye, of course, where it's calm. They can't get out because the surrounding eye wall winds are so violent they can't fly through. Matter of fact, the turbulence with Melissa is so extreme that the NOAA aircraft, the hurricane hunters, actually had to turn around early, had to get out of there. Melissa, now one of the strongest hurricanes ever recorded, they tell us, in the Atlantic, with wind gusts exceeding 200 miles per hour. Now, earlier in the day, hurricane hunters actually found Melissa has produced a wind gust of 241 miles per hour, just over 700 feet above the surface. That is, they tell us, a new world record, the highest record wind gust ever recorded in a hurricane. If that gives you some perception of what's coming Jamaica's way, they've already seen a lot of damage and devastation just with some of the outer bands coming in. I cannot fathom what they may be facing. Landfall, according to the update, is expected at about 7 a.m. Eastern Time, here this Tuesday morning along the southern shore of Jamaica. Yeah, they're forecasted about 60 miles west of Kingston. As Melissa gradually tracked northward, crossing over some of the warmest waters in all the western Atlantic, helping to fuel further intensification. She rapidly intensified. We went from a tropical storm to a major hurricane in about 9 hours' time back on Saturday. We know much of Kingston's critical infrastructure is in low-lying areas, vulnerable to storm surge. You've got the key power plant, the airport, the shipping port, a fuel terminal, the water treatment plant, all near that southern coast. We're talking a storm surge 6 to 10 feet that would seriously damage, could destroy all that infrastructure. Forecasters are now saying where that storm makes landfall, storm surge could be 10 to 15 feet. Airports are going to play a key role when disaster relief operations get underway. There's going to have to be an international response to be delivering emergency supplies and assistance. The international airport there at Kingston Harbor on that southeastern coast, connected to the island by a very narrow stretch of highway that's likely to be damaged, possibly destroyed. The current track also means, again, a second landfall eastern Cuba leading up to midweek. Cities and communities along the southeastern tip of Cuba being urged to complete their final preparations as Melissa approaches with winds, rain, and storm surge along that coast as well. Rainfall forecast 12 to 18 inches across that corridor of Cuba. Now, the rainfall numbers are going to be much higher. They're saying 30 to 40 inches of rain possible on portions of the Jamaica. Now, the intense, widespread rain continues across the region for several days as this storm just crawls in the western Caribbean. The slow movement over the mountainous islands greatly increasing the risk of catastrophic flash flooding and deadly mudslides. This could quickly escalate into a full-fledged humanitarian crisis where a large number of people will be in need of basic supplies, just food, safe drinking water, medical care. Expected to remain a powerful hurricane also as it tracks through parts of the Bahamas. By this point, it should pick up some forward speed and begin to be pulled out of the Caribbean into the open waters of the Atlantic. Although later on down the road, Melissa is expected to come close enough to Bermuda to bring impacts there as well. The timing, the strength of this dip in the jet stream over the eastern USA will then determine the path that Melissa takes through the northern Caribbean into the southwestern Atlantic. At this time, the odds of any direct rain or wind reaching the United States East Coast are low, they tell us. Further out, there is a moderate risk of Melissa maybe hooking westward toward Atlantic Canada. Once she exits the Caribbean, the closer it could eventually move toward the east coast of the U.S., any indirect impacts are anticipated with assistance of the jet stream and what will be a non-tropical storm here in the last days of October into the first couple days of November. We're also going to be watching for potentially a system developing off the east coast of the United States. Could become a good old-fashioned nor'easter as the week progresses here. Philly Dan checks in out of the box. Here we go. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Hello to Country Bumpkin checking in. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Jeffrey, hello from southern Florida. Morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Getting the week started. There's Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 61 degrees at this hour. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Hello, Tank. Good morning, Steve, the Overnight crew. Happy Tuesday. 60 degrees under starlit skies here in Winslow, Arizona, hammering down toward Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. All right, in the Northeast, good afternoon. Larry, hammer down. Be safe. Headed towards Schenectady, New York tonight. Well, about a bad weekend at the red, white, and blue barbecue competition. Not a bad weekend. Okay, typo. Took second in the chicken. How about that? Big thumbs up. 16th in the ribs. I got to work on those. But 10th place overall in the competition. But number 2 in the chicken, huh? Congratulations. All right, hello from Bob in Michigan. Also, there's the Michigan Mad checking in. Morning, everyone. Hope everybody has a good week. Uncle Chop's on board. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew, all the listeners out there. Of course, Marianne saying hello to all the listening friends. Tony, another load of produce loading in Salinas, California. I've got some nice weather here, headed for Sioux Falls. I say no snow, please. All right. Speaking of, well, we're not seeing snow at this point in time, but we are seeing some rain rolling through Sioux Falls at this moment. Light to moderate rain. We've got scattered showers through north central and northeastern North Dakota. Scattered showers extending down through the heart of Minnesota. Into maybe the north-central portions of Iowa. Scattered showers, eastern South Dakota, right through the heart of Nebraska, then down into western Kansas, eastern portions of Colorado. Meanwhile, our southeastern storm that's going to emerge off the southeast coast and become potentially that nor'easter here in the coming days. A lot of rain there in eastern Kentucky tonight. You'll see spotty shower activity through much of North Carolina, South Carolina. Heavier rains when we get over to the coastal areas like Raleigh, North Carolina tonight. Spotty showers up into southeastern Pennsylvania, maybe a few sprinkles up toward New York City and Washington, D.C. tonight. 844-844-3388 is our number as we get the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive underway on a Tuesday.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hello to Jason. Good morning, Steve. Passing through Oklahoma City on my way to Nebraska. I've got a load of OSB for the morning delivery. Right now, 62 degrees, cloudy skies. Roads are dry, though. Be safe out there to the listening family. Hello, Crazy Ray, West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 42 degrees. And there's Norman checking in from north central Kansas tonight. Very wet here, calling for rain, cool temperatures. It's looking like no work for the Big Tipper this week. Too muddy. All right, everybody have a great morning. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? There's Double Trucker with 44 degrees in Lodi. Just swapped out the wagons at the Loves. We're ready to head back to Western New York. I'll tune in later after I get off the work party line on the home of free speech, Rumble. Gilligan, hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Got some light rain falling in Dublin, Virginia, 46 at this hour. Getting his week started. Everybody keep your shiny side up there. And Jake says, hello from Mississippi. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, I loved that song. He did the artificial intelligence thing. I thought that was great. Very good. Thank you so much. Pretty cool. Meanwhile, forecasters continue to watch multiple storms impacting the U.S., both of which will have impacts to conditions along the East Coast through the week. Of course, with Melissa preparing to make that turn toward Jamaica, bringing catastrophic impacts to the island. The combination of storms that are going to be converging in the eastern U.S. and the western Atlantic will be bringing another round of rough surf, coastal flooding along our East Coast beaches from the last days of October into the start of November. Now, after Melissa tracks through the western Caribbean with the catastrophic flooding and destructive winds, passing through the Bahamas by midweek before moving into the western Atlantic. Expected to then approach Bermuda. At the same time, a storm that brought some of the torrential rain and even some severe weather to portions of the plains and the Gulf Coast is going to move across the southeastern U.S. before headed offshore. So the combination of the storm moving offshore and Melissa tracking across the Bahamas into the western Atlantic toward Bermuda will again be bringing coastal hazards to much of the southeast and the mid-Atlantic coast through much of the week ahead. Residents along the coast prepare for coastal flooding, more beach erosion with the persistent onshore flow, as well as stirred-up surf from Melissa. Those operating small crafts, fishing vessels, are urged to use caution. Consider altering your plans due to the hazardous seas. Now, AccuWeather's team of forecasters are also watching a storm moving through the northwest as it's expected to strengthen as it treks eastward over the central and eastern U.S. mid to late week. That storm's going to strengthen over the Mississippi Valley before moving northeastward into the Ohio Valley and the northeast, bringing periods of rain and gusty winds to a wide portion of the region. That may impact any Halloween celebrations and activities. Across the higher elevations of the Appalachian Mountains, could be cold enough to support some snowfall. Along with the wind and the rain, coastal hazards will also be present across the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast late this week. High pressure over southeastern Canada. Melissa, several hundred miles off the mid-Atlantic and Northeast coast. And the approaching storm going to be generating strong rip currents and coastal flooding. That big dip in the jet stream is also going to promote a much cooler pattern across much of the eastern third of the country for just in time for Halloween into early November. Looking at a big cool shot that's going to be sweeping in out of Canada. All right, get to some of our industry headlines. I guess this would be some positive news for much of this year. The Green River Tunnel, I-80 in Wyoming, has been closed to westbound traffic. I had that fatal crash, 10 passenger and 16 commercial vehicles back in February, and the ensuing fire that forced the closure of the westbound side of the I-80 tunnel. Width restrictions were put in place back in March, prohibiting vehicles over 16 feet in height, 8 feet 6 inches wide. Speeds were capped at 35 miles per hour. Several days ago, the Wyoming Department of Transportation announced plans to reopen I-80 westbound through the tunnel this week as crews were able to expedite lighting and signage work there. Now, we'll give you more details on that. First, we'll have to pause here for a news break as we get a brand new day underway. Oh, Pappy checking in. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Dodgers, Blue Jays still at it, 5-5. All right, we'll check back in later. Meanwhile, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the economy continues to take a hit as the government shutdown enters another week.
During an appearance on CBS's Face the Nation, Bessent pointed the blame at Democratic lawmakers, calling their actions a global embarrassment.
This is a Democratic-led boycott, and I'm just not sure what they're doing.
He added that service members will begin to miss paychecks starting in mid-November if the shutdown continues. The Senate blocked 3 bills last Thursday that would have paid federal workers during the government shutdown. Democrats are calling on Republicans to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies before they expire at the end of the year. Republicans say they won't negotiate until the shutdown is over. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with new record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 337 points, the S&P 500 rose 83 points, and the Nasdaq climbing 432 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, action continues on the West Coast, top of the 12th. Still locked up 5-5. Meanwhile, in the college football world, apparently the Big 12 division historically doesn't get a whole lot of love from College Game Day. On any given week, they head out to typically some of the most influential, biggest games in college football around the country. It's College Game Day that kicks off at like 9 in the morning Eastern time. They're actually going to be headed to the Big 12 for the first time in years next Saturday. Going to be heading out to Utah, where the Cincinnati Bearcats will face off against Utah. Big game, big day in the Big 12. As Cincinnati continues their roll, 7 consecutive wins. Jumped up to, I believe, was it number 17 in the top 25 after the win over Baylor this past weekend. How about that? So there you go, showing a little love to the Big 12 this weekend. All right, back to the rest of the story when it comes to I-80 westbound. Now, they were able to expedite some of the lighting and the signage work, they tell us, since we will only have one side of the tunnel lights operational in the westbound tunnel. They said they're going to reduce the speed limit to increase safety levels for drivers there. Once the westbound tunnel is reopened, a concrete barrier and all the traffic control devices are going to have to be removed. They've got the cable barriers are going to have to be reset in the eastbound tunnel. And now they tell us to complete that work, eastbound I-80 traffic will be detoured through Green River on Flaming Gorge Way Wednesday and Thursday of this week, the 29th and 30th. It was imperative that we not run interstate traffic on Flaming Gorge Way on Friday because it's Halloween, according to the DOT resident engineer. We know there's going to be additional foot traffic in the area for Halloween activities, so we'll be working to finish the removal of the traffic control in the eastbound tunnel by Thursday evening. Now, load restrictions remain in place for tunnel traffic until both spans have 2 operational lanes. State transportation officials say they continue to monitor traffic flow and adjust things as necessary. Oversized vehicles are reminded to contact the Wyoming Highway Patrol's Oversized Loads Permit Office for the latest on restrictions there. They do say they'll resume the additional lighting work on the westbound tunnel sometime next spring. So with one side of the lighting in place, that's going to be the case right through the winter months. And I'm assuming that means the reduced speeds will continue to be in place as well. All right, I got the phone lines open at 844-844-3388. We said hello to Crazy Ray. There's Sneakers, ready for another great show there. Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve. All the Overnight Drive listeners, 52 degrees in Fredericksburg, Virginia tonight. Everybody have a good night. Hello to Bob in Michigan, checking in there. Meanwhile, a Washington trucking company announcing they've had enough. Here's another one bites the dust, as they say, citing simply unprecedented market conditions over the last few years. Elder Logistics in Pileup, Washington announced the closure this past Friday, 1 week after the trucking company's final day of operations on Friday the 17th. Elder Logistics started with 2 semi-trucks back in 2010. Ultimately grew to a fleet of 145 trucks at its peak of operation. At the time of closure, Elder Logistics was operating 52 trucks. This decision did not come lightly. It was not without a lot of pure fight that our team put up trying to continue pushing forward until we simply could not continue. The weak market conditions we witnessed over the last 3.5 years were simply unprecedented. We took every thoughtful step we could to try to cut back, adjust, pivot, look for green grass wherever we could. In the end, the lift was 5 pounds more than we could handle. Now, if there's a bright side to all this, there are many talented team members who will be available for employment that come from a place of unmatched grit and tenacity. These are people who had pivotal roles in shaping process, KPIs, understanding upscaling and downscaling, and above all, their unwavering care for the business. Now, these individuals will undoubtedly be great assets in their next roles. We wish them a speedy transition to hopefully more prosperous pastures. So the trend that has been ongoing, kind of thinning the field out there as more operations continue to follow that path. The supply and demand when it comes to we've simply had too many trucks for not enough freight after the massive influx of trucking operations that came into the business during the COVID pandemic. That led to, again, now we're 3.5 years into unprecedented times in the industry. And moving over, finally got the numbers. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance officially releasing the results from their Brake Safety Week over the summer back in August. 2,296 commercial vehicles were placed out of service during Brake Safety Week. That was back on August 24th through the 30th. That number marks 15.1% of the total number of vehicles inspected. So that translates to 84.9% of vehicles inspected did not have brake violations that warranted an out-of-service order. A total of 13,700 inspections conducted over that 7-day period here in the United States. 2,035 brake-related out-of-service violations. Had a total of 1,459 inspections conducted in Canada during the same period. Notice a much lower number, nearly 14,000 versus like 1,500. There were 260 brake-related out-of-service violations in Canada. Now, at a place where they, in all likelihood, really need to be doing more inspections, there were 16 commercial vehicle inspections conducted in Canada. One brake-related out-of-service violation. 16 inspections over 7 days. 7 days. It's about 2 per day, right? Good golly. All right, 52.2% of the commercial motor vehicles placed out of service were found to have 20% or more of their brakes in out-of-service condition. They've already got us slated for a Brake Safety Week in 2026. You can mark your calendars August 23rd through the 29th. All right, so the president overseas after a wild weekend signing deals, Malaysia, Thailand. Monday, it was on over to Japan. A brand new prime minister, a female, I believe, which is a first for Japan. As President Trump began one of his busiest days of his Asia trip on Tuesday, warmly greeting the new Japanese prime minister. Of course, they're ahead of us in time. All right, he's planning to speak to U.S. troops aboard an aircraft carrier and mingle with some business leaders. Although the president is visiting one of America's most steadfast allies in Asia, there's no shortage of uncertainty while he's there. The Takachi, who became the country's first female prime minister just days ago, must solidify her relationship with Trump while defending her country's economic interests. President Trump's trying to nail down $550 billion in Japanese investment as part of a trade deal that would reduce U.S. tariffs. Now, as the president and the prime minister meet, shaking hands, he paid her a compliment. That's a very strong handshake, he says. In return, Takachi talked about watching the third game of the U.S. World Series before the event. She said Japan would give Washington 250 cherry trees next year to honor America's 250th anniversary, as well as fireworks from Akita Prefecture for July 4 celebrations, again, 250 years. Using her early remarks to mention the former Japanese Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, her arch-conservative mentor, who forged a very strong bond with President Trump during his first term through their shared interest in golf. As a matter of fact, Prime Minister Abe often told me about your dynamic diplomacy, she said. Now, President Trump called her role as Japan's first woman prime minister as a big deal, putting an emphasis on the U.S. commitment to Japan, while the president in the past has publicly scolded his former counterparts. He had nothing but praise for Takachi. Anything I can do to help Japan will be there, he says. We are an ally at the strongest level. Now, Takachi is primed for a charm offensive, including the potential purchase of Ford F-150 trucks. Reporters arriving for the event were hustled past a gold-hued Ford F-150, as well as what appeared to be white American-made Toyota vehicles parked outside the Osaka Palace. That's Tokyo's guest house for visiting foreign leaders. President Trump has often complained that Japan doesn't buy American vehicles, which are often too wide to be practical on the narrow Japanese streets. Now, although President Trump has focused his foreign policy toward Asia around tariffs and trade, he's also speaking aboard the USS George Washington. The aircraft carrier docked at an American naval base near Tokyo. Arriving in Tokyo Monday when he met with the emperor in a ceremonial visit there. He was previously in Malaysia, where he participated in the annual summit of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, as we know. That gathering an opportunity for the president to celebrate an expanded ceasefire agreement between Thailand and Cambodia. They had skirmished along their disputed border earlier this year. Of course, President Trump pressured them to stop fighting, threatening to withhold trade agreements. There were also signs of tensions between the U.S. and China, where cooling ahead of that planned meeting between President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping is expected to take place in South Korea later this week. Yeah, there's a lot in play for that particular gathering here. Many large business interests here in the USA are going to be closely monitoring how those discussions go. A lot of corporate concerns ahead of the president's talk with Xi Jinping. Give you more on that coming up. It is 844-844-3388. As we get a Tuesday underway, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
All right, what's on your mind as we get a new day underway? It is 844-844-3388. And apparently in the meteorological world, many forecasters are just kind of citing that they've never seen the likes of Hurricane Melissa. Noah Berggren posted about an hour ago, he said, quote, "Lord, this thing refuses to stop intensifying." I mean, meteorologically, wow. Melissa now has sustained 175 mile per hour winds, gusts to 215. It probably will strengthen more overnight. There's going to be a path near the center of tornado-like damage and near total destruction of everything in the path of its eye wall. Complete structure failure with extreme roof damage along the path. Towns and communities in the western side of the island may be wiped out or left cut off to outside access for extended amounts of time. The meteorological limit of max realistic intensity is nearing, he says. There is a parameter for this, MPI, max potential intensity it's called, which is merely a meteorological formula to give a rough estimate of the strongest storm the Earth's atmosphere can produce at a given time. That number currently is about 184 mile per hour sustained winds. What is also remarkable and not drama or a stretch of the truth is the fact this hurricane has yet to start doing any eye wall replacement cycles, ERC. This is very rare, how long it's maintaining its initial eye without ever undergoing a replacement cycle. We see that commonly in powerful hurricanes. This will be a life-changing storm for many on the island. We pray for their safety Tuesday. Many large landslides may occur, especially in the central and western side of the island. If you're reading this in central or western Jamaica, you're going to endure something you may never see again. Going outside during the storm, especially the eye, could be deadly. Shelter as if this is a 12-hour-long tornado. Now, storm surge is forecast 13 feet for the south side of the island. I don't think Kingston will see it that bad. Kingston will, while they will still get impacted, yet you're not going to get the extreme impacts that the western side of the island is going to see. Wind gust will likely remain below 90 miles per hour in the Kingston area. But we are expecting landfall late Tuesday morning. That's now this morning, October the 28th. This is going to be the first Category 5 to ever landfall in Jamaica since we have records dating back to 1850. There was only one other Category 4 to hit the island in 1988, and that was Gilbert. Now, this is now, as of this advisory, the 9th strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Ocean's recorded history, and they based that on the central pressure. At the 11 p.m. update, that was down to 903 millibars. This is going to be a devastating natural disaster for Jamaica, a Hurricane Andrew kind of wind event with pockets of Hurricane Helene kind of flooding events in the mountainous terrain there. Wow. Our number, 844-844-3388. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Federal Reserve is expected to cut interest rates once again this week, likely by 1/4 of a point, bringing that benchmark rate to around 4%. Officials say they're trying to balance the slowing inflation with protecting jobs amid a government shutdown and missing economic data. Another rate cut in December is a possibility. Venezuela claims they've captured what they call CIA-linked mercenaries plotting a false flag attack, accusing the U.S. as well as Trinidad and Tobago of involvement, although no proof has been shown. The announcement comes as the U.S. expands its military presence in the Caribbean amid rising regional tensions. A conservative group's health conference at an Austin farm has been canceled due to threats from what he says are liberal activists.
Goes beyond the normal, hey, if you don't cancel these guys, we're going to boycott you, etc., wishing violence upon the farm.
Chuck DeVore with the Texas Public Policy Foundation says this is just the latest example of the violent rhetoric that we're seeing nationwide. The owners of Boggy Creek Farm said on social media that they were closing until further notice due to hateful outlash and threats. A jacket once owned by President Trump while he was the owner of the New Jersey Generals is up for auction.
During the 3-year stretch of the United States Football League, which attempted to rival the NFL, Trump owned the team that represented New Jersey and played at Giant Stadium. 40 years after the last USFL game, Trump's Generals jacket is now up for auction through Gray Flannel Auctions. The white jacket is embroidered with Trump on the right chest and a General's helmet on the left. The collars, wrists, and bottom of the jacket feature the team's colors, red, white, and blue. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with new record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 337 points, the S&P 500 rose 83 points, and the Nasdaq climbing 432 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A plumber in Las Vegas has gone viral for helping people in need. Aaron Sloan says he became a plumber after serving time in prison.
He decided he was going to use his new career to help people. He now has over 1 million social media followers who read about his good deeds. Sloan does low-cost plumbing jobs for veterans or families in need. He points out that replacing a $10 part can sometimes cost a customer over $200 for a service call. So he's doing many of the jobs for just the cost of the part. And he's raising money on a GoFundMe account so people in need across the country can get plumbing help. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Texas Education Agency is taking over the struggling Fort Worth School District, angering the state's largest teachers union. Clay Robinson of the Texas State Teachers Association says school boards should be elected, not appointed. For other districts, Waco, Houston, Beaumont, and Wichita Falls could face similar takeovers. We're now days away from Halloween, and that means pumpkin carving and maybe some self-inflicted trauma.
Every year, there are about 2,000 pumpkin carving ER visits coast to coast. An additional 4,000 people report carving wounds, but those are handled with Band-Aids, not stitches or surgery. The damage is done with a simple slip of the knife because a dull knife requires more force to navigate, which makes them slip. The Cooking Guild says to avoid a laceration, puncture wound, or digit amputation, sharpen your knives before carving. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, welcome back. Or shall we say welcome aboard for those just joining us as we work our way into a new day. Now, what do you say? Ready for a Tuesday? Here it comes, 28th day of October. Hope your week's off to a good start. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Cloudy night outside the Secret Bunker in southwest Ohio, showing 52 degrees. Let's see. The game continues. Dodgers versus Blue Jays. They're in L.A. Bottom of the 13th inning now. Still locked up at 5-5. Who's it going to be? Who's going to score first? And we'll keep an eye on things there. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Hello to Drummer Girl. 45 in Northeast Philly tonight. The Lehigh Valley Health Network is dropping United Healthcare insurance. Yeah, that's the insurance our employees have currently. Interesting, Drummer Girl. I actually got a notice in the mail last week from my healthcare provider, which is TriHealth, announcing that they will no longer be accepting United Healthcare first of the year. Trying to explain it, something about it. They said United Healthcare is writing down too many of their bills, not paying enough to them that they no longer want to accept the insurance. So I have not seen whether or not we're going to be changing insurance providers this year or not. I think open enrollment normally happens sometime October, November, should be coming up pretty soon. But in the event because we have United Healthcare, if we don't change to something else, I'm going to have to find a new service provider. My primary physician for, it's got to be approaching 30 years now, will no longer be in my network. Yeah. Let me see. Shorty says, have you seen anything that the master, a.k.a. Joe Bastardi, has said about Hurricane Melissa? Matter of fact, I have not. Joe used to be with AccuWeather, wasn't he? I think that's where he got his start. Then he kind of branched off, and he has his own subscription weather network. But yes, he was one of the best when it comes to forecasting. I'll see if I can find anything. Would this be the Horseman by chance?
Yep. Sitting out here in wonderful Wyoming. We're sitting out here. It's started snowing up here on Elk, and I guess somebody cracked one up ahead of us somewhere, so nobody's saying anything on the radio. So we're just sitting in the road slick, 26 degrees.
Okay, so a little bit. I'm not really seeing much on the radar out there, but so just some lighter snow, or
it's snowing and blowing. It's enough that it's packed on the road. It's going to be fun trying to get started rolling.
Really? Okay. Interesting.
So, yeah, and it's about I'm guessing somewhere between about the 265 and 270 westbound, we're shut down.
So how long you been sitting at this point?
Well, right now, about a half an hour.
Okay. Of course, with each passing moment, things back up further and further, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I just thought it'd be interesting to let you know.
So are you ready for this old man winter stuff? It's too early for that.
Oh, no.
Right?
No, I'm not ready. I've got the truck ready, but I guess it's Hot Shot Secrets EDT or everyday treatment with
winter
gel.
That's correct. With winter defense, EDT with winter defense.
Yep.
Time to get ready.
Those of you that ain't got it, get it.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, Horseman, I appreciate the heads up there. So if you get things rolling again, I guess you could let us know. But good luck. Hope it's not an extended shutdown. Peter says, good morning. We're back at it this week after vacation. Vacations are never long enough. I know that feeling. Yes, indeed. All right. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Let's see. No change. Bottom of the 13th. Still looking at 5-5 there. I don't know how long. It's just going to be one of them all-nighters, and to be playing and playing. But, of course, it's a little after 1 a.m. Eastern time, but what are you? A little after 10 o'clock. They're on the West Coast. So, all right, global companies have a long list of concerns about the U.S.-China trade war. They will be closely monitoring President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping's expected meeting in South Korea coming up on Thursday, hoping the world's two biggest economies begin to resolve their differences here. We're looking at some of the biggest issues for some of these global companies, semiconductors topping the list. The U.S. semiconductor industry will closely watch the talks for indications of a deal over whether U.S. firms can sell powerful artificial intelligence chips to China, while NVIDIA is the market leader. Advanced Micro Devices and Intel are trying to gain market share, and a raft of other chip companies from Broadcom to Marvell Technology that help develop artificial intelligence chips are going to feel the impact. Also critical will be discussions over critical minerals and materials which affect chip manufacturers, such as Intel and Global Foundries. Those materials have become a flashpoint in this tussle between the U.S. and China over Chinese access to the tools needed to build out its own semiconductor manufacturing industry. These tools come from the U.S. firms such as Applied Materials, Lam Research, KLA. The pharmaceutical industry. China is an important manufacturer of both finished pharmaceutical products and key ingredients of drugs used here in the U.S. Last year, China was the 8th largest exporter of pharmaceutical products to the United States, accounting for more than 3.5% of those products imported for the year. More importantly, China is the largest manufacturer globally of the key building blocks used to make pharmaceutical ingredients. According to a report published earlier this month in U.S. Pharmacopedia, China is the sole supplier of over 40% of the key starting materials for U.S.-approved pharmaceutical ingredients. The top Chinese drug companies include Shanghai Fosun Pharmaceutical, Wuxi Aptech, CSPC Pharmaceutical Group, and several others. Obviously, energy companies, particularly liquefied natural gas exporters, including Venture Global LNG and Cheniere Energy, will be paying close attention to see if this meeting can restart frozen energy flows after China levied a 15% tariff on American LNG back in February. China had been a major buyer before that, purchasing nearly 6% of exports of the fuel last year. Since the tariffs were imposed, Chinese companies have not signed any new long-term supply deals with U.S. LNG producers. We've been diverting U.S. cargoes to the European market, a move that has kind of tempered the global prices. The U.S., meanwhile, has not exported any oil to China since February, when that 10% tariff was imposed on crude. Now, exports to China totaled only 4% of American shipments abroad, about 150,000 barrels per day last year. That was down 42% from the year before. Some top exporters of U.S. crude to China have previously included Occidental Petroleum, Unipec, the trading arm of China's Sinopec, And Atlantic Trading and Marketing, which is an arm of the French oil major Total Energies, we'll take a look at some of the other global businesses paying close attention. Software manufacturers, obviously automakers, the agribusiness, anxiously anticipating, can we strike a deal for China's soybean purchases? Big on the list. Aviation in the mix as well. Give you more on those coming up here just ahead. Always moving. It's been a while since we've checked in. Got you coming up in 2.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
A sneaky suspicion this World Series late night action may be stealing some of my audience here. You dirty dogs. All right, top of the 14th. Still 5-5. Rubber Duck did check in. Morning from downtown. Beautiful downtown La Porte. I got a Lansing run due in for the sale Wednesday. But I'm glued to this 14-inning game so far. So I guess L.A. actually had, bases loaded in the bottom of the 13? How did they get out of bases loaded? So on we go, all right? Always moving. Good to have you on board. How the heck you been?
I've been fabulous and amazing. I don't even know who's playing in the World Series this year. Who is it?
It's the Dodgers and the Blue Jays.
Toronto Blue Jays?
Correct.
Oh, I'm good. Okay. All righty. Well, that's interesting. Sorry, I'm more football. I'm more football than baseball.
Yes.
If the Reds were playing, I'd be watching.
Yeah. Well, what the hell did what did the Bengals do? How did they had a 14-point lead in the fourth. What the heck did they do?
They didn't. I don't know, but I will say Justin Fields was awesome. I mean, he was really on fire, and I was doing some work, and I was watching the game on Sunday, and I thought everything was going to be okay in the beginning, and then after the half, it was like, oh, God, here we go. it was sad. And, you know, I mean, with the 38-39 game, there was just no defense happening anywhere.
Right. Yeah.
You know? I mean, that was sad. It's just, there was just, your turn to you run down and score, your turn to run down and score. And who knows, if the clock had gone another 2 minutes, Bengals might have scored and won. You know, it was, when there's no defense, it really does come down to who has the most points when the clock runs out.
Exactly.
It was that kind of a game. But I tell you, getting Joe Flacco, when I heard they were getting Joe Flacco, and I went, no, we're not getting the Ravens Joe Flacco and the Browns Joe Flacco.
Yep.
And sure enough, and then I said, well, why don't they just throw Ben Roethlisberger down there at the Bengals too? I just thought, seriously? I mean, we're getting all of our arch rivals. Let's just swirl them in the toilet while we're at it and get a quarterback. But, hey, we beat the Steelers, so that was okay. But I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Sorry I'm a little late, but a happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Happy belated birthday, yes. Just another year older.
And I made it to 67 on Saturday.
Well, happy belated birthday to you. So. All right, right there about the same. We're in the same week.
Yeah. And at 67, I'm old enough now to participate in the next No Kings protest. I can get a couple of signs and go do that. Was thinking of getting a CDL, but I was born in the United States and I speak the English language. So that kind of rules me out for, being able to just run rampant down the highways. That's shocking to hear what's happening when they did the check in Oklahoma and that, 62,000 non-American citizens have been issued licenses in CDL licenses in California.
Yes.
I mean, that's enough to make your hair stand up on end. Very, very sad. But I'm loving everything else President Trump is doing, and I'm loving the cabinet. And I met a cousin of mine I did not know exists. I went down and saw him last week in Tennessee, and he is 10 years older than me. He is 77, and I've been doing genealogy for several years and decorating graves for over 30. And my niece had done Ancestry.com and connected on to him. And she was telling me about him this summer, so I reached out to him. So I got to go down and meet him in person. And his father's father and my father's father were brothers. And I had a fabulous visit with him. Absolutely fabulous. It was like we'd known each other our whole lives. It was really neat.
How about that?
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, to see. And he's traced our family all the way back over to Scotland and Ireland, and he has gone over and met them. So, yeah, very, very cool. And he's written 6 books on our family. And I also found out something really fascinating. So my brother was a dog handler MP during Vietnam, and my parents had a big map on the wall in our kitchen, and they used little flag pins and would put where the fighting was and where my brother was stationed and blah, blah, blah. And so, that's pretty much my knowledge of Vietnam. And I, distinctly remember watching the POWs come home to the air bases in California, and I remember crying nonstop watching that. So I get down there and I find out that my cousin was a helicopter pilot in Vietnam in 1969, and he flew Hueys that went in and picked up and did the rescues for the guys in combat. And long story short, he was 21. He said he was old at 21, which he said most of the guys doing this were 19, which is just hard to fathom. And that and he said pilots were a dime a dozen. I didn't know that. And that it was okay, so you're going to be a helicopter pilot. And he said, I didn't want to kill anybody, so I said I'd do the rescue missions. And those were your choices. You were the armed helicopters or the rescue. And he lasted a year before he was injured. And I was really surprised when he told me that they told them in school, in training, 1 out of 10 helicopter pilots will be injured and 1 out of 12 will die.
Wow.
And he said, when you go to the memorial wall, 1 out of 12 and a half names on the memorial wall are helicopter pilots. I had no idea.
That's incredible.
I had no idea.
No.
Yeah. And so he still flies to this day. He was unable to fly because of the damage he received, but he was able to finally get back, and he can fly helicopters now. So he goes to air shows and stuff, and he's in the reserves here in Ohio. But he has talked to so many other pilots, helicopter pilots, over the years. And so here he had written these 6 books on our family. And I mean, these are big, thick books. And he has written 21 books on the helicopter pilots and their rescue missions. And I was blown away by it, and he gave me a copy of his original book that has his story in it along with others.
Wow.
And
that's fascinating. I have to pause there. We got the news break here. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate reconvened today with the government shutdown in its 4th week, but no vote is scheduled after last week's 12th. Israel has received the remains of 1 slain hostage from Hamas in Gaza, while Egypt has joined the search for 13 other bodies, including 2 Americans, after Hamas failed to return all captives. The handover came an hour later than expected as recovery efforts continue. President Trump has given Hamas 48 hours to return the remaining hostages' remains, saying he's watching very closely. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with families of the missing Americans and pledged the U.S. will not rest until all remains have been returned. Wall Street closed with new record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 337 points, the S&P 500 rose 83 points, and the Nasdaq climbing 432 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
At it here. Looks like we're still playing. Where are we at? Bottom of the 14. Maybe fans are going to get 2 games for the price of 1 before it's all said and done. Will they go 18 innings? I don't know. Where does it end? All right. Several folks said it's great to hear from Always Moving again. Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. So it was very fascinating to hear what Vietnam was like, because my brother never, ever spoke about it to us.
Mm-hmm.
And my cousin said, well, he probably has, but only to another veteran who was there. He said, it's just hard to explain unless you were there. And my cousin was stationed above the DMZ line. And I asked him, I said, well, what we see on MASH and, on TV and the movie, I said, was that like what you were doing? And he said, no. He said he was, where the actual fighting is, they radio, they have somebody injured, and he flies in, or the pilots fly in and get them, and they take them to an aid station. And then from the aid station, they are either trucked or flown to the MASH units. So he said, when you're watching MASH on TV, he said, they are very far away from the actual battlefield. And he said, if you watch closely when they arrive, they've already got bandages and stuff on them. And he said, that's because the aid station has already looked at them. And I'm like, wow, I didn't know that. I thought they were coming directly from the battle lines to there. But he was very insightful. He has collected over 400 stories, written over 21 books on it. And like when he goes to the air shows, that's where he sells the books and stuff like that. But he had a beautiful place down in Tennessee, just absolutely beautiful location, and a lovely wife. And they were so warm and hospitable, and it was just fun to have someone on my dad's side that I could connect to. and that we could share stories and stories that my dad had told me, because my dad's been gone for over 45 years now, that I was told when I was growing up that my brain has kind of, put in the back of the Rolodex. And then as Phil was telling me the stories, it was like, oh, yeah. And it was bringing it all up and then filling in the pieces that had gone missing over the years. So it was a lot of fun. It was a very quick trip. I was down and back in one day. I went down and met him, spent the night, and came back the next day. But very, very, very worthwhile for me. I enjoyed it. So I did that. And what did you do for your birthday?
Well, we didn't really do anything on the birthday, but we went out and had a nice dinner at Montgomery Inn there on Friday night, I think, Friday or Saturday, one of the two anyway, because, my birthday was the 15th and Lisa Princess was on the 18th. So the 18th we went out, had a good steak dinner. I actually got the ribs. She had the filet mignon.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can't go bad with either of those.
Right.
And at Montgomery Inn, you're never going to have a bad meal, so that's good. How's the family? How's your son? He was recuperating the last time we talked.
Yes, he's back on duty. Everything going well. He and the K-9 striker out there as we speak, as a matter of fact, serving and protecting.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, that's super. Tell him thank you for... There's enough money in the world to pay me to be a policeman out there right now. I totally admire anyone who's a policeman and what all they have to do and put up with. That's just huge to me. That's great. And so I'm glad everything's going well. And after I'd gotten sick and was hospitalized there in February, I had some additional health issues that came up, and that has plagued me all summer. But I finally got that squared away, and I'm feeling much better and getting my life back. I would sit around and say, "What happened? I want my life back. I don't like this." I'm used to being so active, and being put out of commission was a real bummer for me. It was very, very difficult for me. So I'm back at it now. I'm back ready to go again. So anyway, I wanted to call and wish you happy birthday. I was thinking it was the 20th, so I wasn't too far off.
Very good. Well, it's great to hear from you. Glad you're doing okay, and thanks for sharing.
All righty, and thank you. Tell everyone I said hi, and wish everybody well, and stay safe out there. And I appreciate all their good driving because they know the rules. These guys are really, really good. So thanks to everybody who's a good driver out there.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Always moving. There we go. So 844-844-3388. There were those trying to suggest you need to evacuate the entirety of Jamaica. Meteorologist Ryan Wickman stating here a few hours ago, Melissa, Category 5, and disaster are quickly approaching Jamaica. Many of our thoughts and worries are about the amazing people who live there. Some have asked, why not just evacuate the island? Well, the reality is it's impossible. It's not Florida or other coastal state where you can simply drive or get bussed away. It's a nation of nearly 3 million people. Many live with very little and have no means to evacuate, first of all. There's nowhere close to move people. The two closest islands are Cuba and Haiti, both of which will also be devastated by Melissa as well. Now, for scale, Jamaica might be an island, but it is big. It's about 1/10 the size of Ohio. Evacuation is not practical, not possible. Sadly, the people are just going to have to hunker down, prepare for the worst storm in modern history. For a beautiful country, we can only somehow hope for the best. And I was looking at some of the videos. I'm seeing they're showing livestock, cattle that are actually floating down river. Obviously, the rains have come down, probably through mountainous territory, sweeping livestock out of the fields. And this just the beginning. They're not even really dealing with the incredible winds that will be forthcoming later today. 844-844-3388. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So, we already got today's work pretty well wrapped up there. We're just on the way home at this point there. So,
really? Wow.
But, yeah.
Did you get an extra early start
today? But yeah, we were able to get started there about 8:30 last night there. So not like it was really long run there. We just had to run up to the Great White North there to Halifax, and they had 33 degrees in Halifax, so didn't see any snow up there. But we're on our way home now. So, anyways, but so if anybody's wondering, it's not Halifax, Nova Scotia. It was actually Halifax, Pennsylvania, just north of Harrisburg. So I'm actually back almost to Harrisburg here, coming down the back way. But anyways, as I say, it was 33 degrees along the Susquehanna River there next to the Statue of Liberty. And yes, there is a Statue of Liberty in the Susquehanna River. I can actually, our great friend, the woodpecker there, can actually verify, because he actually saw it the other day there when he was up this way there. He and Debbie were riding around, and Debbie said, "Hey, the Statue of Liberty's out there in the middle of the Susquehanna River." And he goes, "No." He says, "Yes." And sure enough, there was a Statue of Liberty out there. There's a whole deal. Somebody that was kind of put up with like cardboard and chicken wire a long time ago as kind of a practical joke. There's an old bridge crossing, and all that's left is the abutments out there across the river, and somebody went out there and built one. And but anyways, it kind of became kind of a notoriety thing there, and so something happened to it, and they got reconstructed a little better, and something happened to that, and they actually went out and built one out of metal now. So now there's actually a solid, true Statue of Liberty that's, I forget what scale it is of the original one, but she stands out there in the middle of the Susquehanna River all the time, holding her torch up. So anyways, that's complete nonsense. We probably didn't even need to worry about for the show, unless back where you drive up and down 322, 22, and 15 and can actually see it, but that's beside the point. I don't know. I guess we're always moving. If she's still listening, probably the one thing that she probably hadn't heard was we lost Daryl there, and so that was something that's kind of done recently.
Yeah.
But but what else there? I don't know. Hey, did you find the auction site yet to get your Donald Trump jacket there from the U.S. Generals USFL football team when he was owner?
I hadn't heard a thing about it. Who's auctioning it off?
I'm not sure of the auction house, but they mentioned it on your news there that that Donald Trump's jacket, from him being the team owner of the U.S. Generals, which of course was the United States Football League team there in New Jersey, he was the owner of, and so anyways, they're auctioning off his jacket. Somebody has it, and so they're going to make a little profit on that. But wouldn't it be kind of cool to own one of Donald Trump's actual jackets? And as I say, it was it's red, white, and blue, and it's from the U.S. Generals there. When remember Doug Flutie there, played there in the USFL after he came out of Boston College? But I don't know. I guess he was too short for the National Football League, so he was okay in the Canadian Football League and the USFL and that. But anyways,
well, based on based on his height and weight, I'm assuming that jacket would probably like eat me alive. Like it'd be a little too large.
Hey, you might have to pack on a few pounds, Your Honor. It might not, hey, if you gained a little bit of weight, the jacket would not show it. So, yeah, you might have to roll the sleeves up a little bit.
Right.
But you're not that much. I mean, you're what, 6'1"?
I'm 6 foot, but he's like what, 6'6", isn't he? Something.
I thought he was like 6'2" or 6'3". I didn't think he. Barron is like 6'7", isn't he?
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah, but I don't know. I just thought that would go good there with your NASA jacket. You have a nice Trump jacket, so you'll have to look online, see if you can bid on that. But other than that, things are kind of quiet here. You got back down to Harrisburg here, so we're about 45 degrees in Harrisburg, but haven't seen any rain. We left the house last evening. There, you can still see the moon, so I don't know if we're going to get any rain up this far or not here for the evening. But anyways, so you mentioned the storms coming through for Jamaica, and then you said Haiti. Of course, Dominican Republic is on the other side of the island from Haiti. Has there been any word for what those people are planning on doing? Because actually, the Dominican side is actually the more financially better off side of that island. And I didn't know if there was any word of what their plans were, and I'm not sure what they had for elevation. I know there's a couple higher points on those islands, but I don't know how much, if even trying to get up above the water level, if how much safer that is with all the wind you're going to have going on down there.
Yeah.
And
I think Haiti Haiti being on the western side of Hispaniola, Dominican Republic, I think they're going to be far enough east where they might get some. They actually had one drowning. They've already had one fatality due to flooding in the Dominican Republic, several in Haiti.
Okay. Now we haven't heard too much there, and actually the one sister-in-law there, her husband is from the Dominican Republic and has family down there, so I was kind of been asking the wife what's going on, and she says, well, he hadn't heard anything yet, so I don't know if communications are off or whether just nobody's been talking or saying or what's going on, but anyways, I do remember when we did our cruise there back in 19, and we did, what was it, St. Martin, St. Kitts, was it St. Kitts? And we did Puerto Rico and then Grand Turk. When we were in Puerto Rico there, we did an excursion that rode us out into the countryside there and got to see the great statues there, and the big one they put up for Christopher Columbus, because I guess Christopher Columbus is pretty renowned down there, and they don't do the Indigenous People Day. They celebrate Columbus down there. And so anyways, while we were out there, our guide, who is originally from Puerto Rico there, and was talking with this accent that, because he kind of had the Spanish side of the speaking and everything, but he had this accent that kind of blended in with that. And it's like, I had to ask him, I said, where are you from? And he says, well, I'm from Puerto Rico. I said, no. I said, where have you lived? Because you got an accent that I know. And he says, well, his parents moved him to Brooklyn when he was like 5 or 6 years old, and he spent 20 or 30 years in Brooklyn. I'm like, there you go. I said, now we can talk New York. You're all right now. We can talk New York. And so anyways, we chatted quite a bit. But after the hurricane they had down there that wiped out their electrical grid, because of the people that ran their electrical system was what, 3 people in a coat closet in Colorado or something that were in charge of that. I forget exactly now. But anyways, he said that he sent his family, wife and kids, to live down in population, whatever, in one of the cities. And he actually stayed to protect his property for a year with absolutely no power. He was up with his property for a year with no power whatsoever up there before they finally got electric back.
Wow.
So, and as you said, that was 2019, and I forget exactly when the hurricane was. It was a year or two before that, and but as you said, I'm not even sure Puerto Rico is fully restored its power yet, and probably nobody has ever fixed their electrical grid, which was, I mean, you walk out and the pictures of, you see every now and then that come across the internet of some, look like a third world country with like 10,000 power lines all just kind of strewn across, these raggedy poles and drooping and hanging all over the place. And that's pretty much the way Puerto Rico's power grid looked when we were down there.
It
was pretty scary looking. So I don't know if anything's increased from that, and you can only imagine what these other islands that don't have the benefit that Puerto Rico does with a little bit of tourism, that especially the Dominican Republic and Haiti, and Jamaica has some tourism, but is how much of the money do they actually put back into the infrastructure, and how much just goes into people's pockets that are running the tourism. So, but anyways, I guess with all that nonsense there, we really don't have a whole lot to report. Everything's been kind of quiet. Trucking seems to be about normal out here. Don't see a whole lot extra. Don't see a whole lot shy, and few cars scattered in and out that are doing, I don't know, about 20, 25 miles an hour faster than everybody else on the road. And the one thing we saw on Facebook there that was kind of cute, I guess, was, those claw machines you're on. You know how the kids like to go in the bottom where the prize comes out? The kids go in the bottom and climb up and get in the claw machine and sit in there, and then their dads have to, put, I don't know, $200-300 into the claw machine to try to pick the kid up to drop it. No, that doesn't happen that way. The fire department comes in and breaks the window. Well, anyways, they got these ones. They got to be AI, but they got these not very good English-speaking people that wear the turbans on their heads.
Yes.
And they got the claw machines filled up with CDL licenses.
Yes, I saw that.
These guys are all standing around cheering each other on.
Get your CDL.
Yeah, you're going to get it. You're going to get it. Move. Oh,
yeah, now you drive truck.
All right.
You drive truck now.
That's right.
Make big money.
Down to the local claw machine at the truck stop.
Big cash. You be rich. So there was a couple from Chicago, apparently, just got married. They were honeymooning in Jamaica. And, they're stuck. Chicago area residents preparing to help stranded in Jamaica as Melissa closes in. Wow, I would not want to be there. That's downright scary. All right, a couple minutes before we get news break, we'll get to Knucklebuster checking in with some baloney as he gets his week started here. Eagle on board. Let's see. Ken checks in. From my years out east, if I remember correctly, Halifax, PA, up US 209, you'd never climb a hill to New Jersey. US 209, it's probably a paved-over stagecoach trail. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. In our next hour, we'll again tell you the breakdown on some of these other global companies anxiously anticipating the get-together with President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. They announced, of course, late Sunday that they had a framework put together, which was a very positive news. The markets responding positively this past day. Hey, meanwhile, we can add yet another electronic logging device to the burn pile. Less than a week after removing 5 devices from the registered ELDs, the FMCSA has placed another on the revoked list. They've announced that Phoenix ELD placed on the list of revoked devices. removed from the registered list failure to meet the minimum requirements, which establishes the functional specifications for all ELDs. The exact reason the device was removed was not disclosed. In total, the FMCSA has now placed 26 ELDs on the revoked list since the start of this year alone. If you're using Phoenix ELD, you'll need to replace that. You have till December 22nd to replace the unit with a compliant device. Failing to do so by the deadline results in a no record of duty status, and you're placed out of service. In the meantime, they say drivers currently using Phoenix ELD revert to using paper logs or logging software to record your hours of service data. So another day, another ELD on the revoked list. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues.
Speaking on Fox Sunday Morning Futures, Duffy said the longer the shutdown drags on, more long-term risks will be created for the transportation industry going forward.
Instead of going in the right direction, trying to bring more controllers into the system, I'm going to lose them. This has long-term implications on our ability to make sure we don't have the staffing shortages and our flights are on time.
He added that Americans should continue to expect flight delays and disruptions this week. The Senate failed to pass spending legislation for a 12th time last week. Democrats are calling on Republicans to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies, while Republicans say they won't negotiate until the shutdown is ended. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The U.S. Pacific Fleet says 2 U.S. Navy aircraft from the USS Nimitz crashed during separate routine operations over the South China Sea.
A Seahawk helicopter and an FA-18 Super Hornet fighter jet went down in the waters. All 5 crew members were rescued in stable condition. The Navy is investigating both incidents. Crashes happened roughly 30 minutes apart. The incidents come as the Nimitz undertakes its final deployment after over 50 years of service since its commissioning in 1975. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The NBA gambling scandal continues to unfold. FBI investigators revealed an illegal betting operation and game rigging scheme. Jim Kaler is the Director of Sports and Entertainment Management Program at Cleveland State University.
I think it's
it was only predictable in a matter of time. And if you look at the scale of the number of professional athletes today and how big sports gambling has become, it was just a matter of time.
Miami Heat's Terry Rozier and former player coach Damon Jones are accused of using inside information to wager on games. Portland Trail Blazers coach Chauncey Billups was arrested in a mafia-linked poker case. Rozier was released on home collateral. Billups appeared in federal court without entering a plea. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett of Texas reportedly hid stocks in 25 companies, including Amazon, GM, Exxon, and Aurora Cannabis, all the while pushing cannabis decriminalization bills. She sought to enter the marijuana business, raising conflict of interest questions, and has criticized President Trump, who has called her a political hack. The state of Florida is naming its high school speech and debate competition after assassinated conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
In Sarasota, Governor DeSantis says the statewide debate competition will now include scholarships up to $50,000 for the winner of the Charlie Kirk Prize. DeSantis says that goes a lot farther in Florida state universities with their low tuition.
You're not going to spend $50,000 in undergrad in Florida, most likely.
Private donations are paying for the scholarships. DeSantis also announced a partnership with Turning Point USA to allow Club America chapters in high schools and says that is not up for debate. I'm Gordon Bird.
Irvine, California is receiving the nation's first all-electric hospital.
UCI Health Irvine will open on December 10th. The 7-story, 144-bed facility is part of a $1.3 billion medical campus. It will feature renewable solar park structures and rainwater collection systems, as well as energy-efficient equipment. It will also operate without carbon fuels, relying only on electricity generated on-site or procured from sustainable sources. This aligns with the University of California's goal of decarbonizing its campuses by 2045. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Our look back at the national champions from 2025 continues this week as we move on to two-wheel drive trucks. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm the voice of the NTPA Overnight Report, Greg Hunter. With 10 national hooks in 2025, the competition was fierce. Due to Mother Nature, the season came down to only 7 hooks for the 2025 championship, and the top guns of two-wheel drive pulling did not disappoint. Now is the time we say congratulations Chase Richardson, as he piloted Suffering Sanity with a fresh new wrap from Busch Light to the Grand National title. Even though Farley wasn't a Grand National pull, the biggest names in pulling made the trip to Iowa, including Chase, where he took a 6th and 16th in the 2 hooks. When the Grand National season officially started, Chase thought he'd get 2 hooks in at Toma, but rain canceled both sessions, earning all that made the trip to the Cheese State 15 points. That didn't slow the 41 Willies down, though. He went to Fort Recovery and put the Willies into 3rd with a pull of 323, and that's where the momentum started. Going back to Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell, there was more rain that delayed the first night of pulling, which nobody could master, including our future champ. On night 1, Suffering Sanity could only manage 6th place points with a hook of 339 on Thursday, before coming back on Saturday with a hook of 327, which earned him 4th place points. And this is where the trajectory started pointing up for Chase. Going into Napoleon, Ohio, the one-day hook was a hot afternoon with the hook happening at 5 p.m. That didn't stop Chase, as he went 305, earning 3rd place points as the last 3 hooks of the season were on the horizon. As the haulers made the trip to Bowling Green in mid-August, Chase was really hitting his stride. The first hook on Thursday in Poletown was a big one, going 336, which earned him 1st place points. And then on Saturday, 321 was good enough for 2nd place points. Then everyone made the trip to the Enderley Pull-Off to wrap up the Grand National season. And the Willies did exactly what Chase needed it to do: get first, which locked up the title once again for Chase. To recap the season, Chase had 1 first in Poletown on Thursday, 3 top 5s, 7 top 10s. Not bad for a season where Mother Nature slowed the start. Rounding out the top 10 in the two-wheel drive category were Jason Sullivan and his 2008 Dodge Cornburner in 2nd, only 6 points behind the champ. In 3rd, Russ Nichols had his 40 calls on the edge, only 8 points behind the champ, and 2 points from 2nd. 4th went to Jacob Shepard and the Alcohol Addiction Retapped. 5th was Kelly Nichols and One Fine Edge. 6th went to Mad Max and Alan Kane. 7th was Donnie Sullivan and Big Stick. 8th was the duo of Brent and Christiane Seacrest with Nothing Easy About It. 9th was RJ Simon and Simon Says Chevy. And rounding out the top 10 was Joe Frazier and Come Around Sundown. Even though Mother Nature slowed the start of the 2025 season, it was action-packed and full of big distances. You can relive the 2025 season every week on RFD TV with NTPA Championship Polling. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. And remember, pull hard.
All right, another hour underway. As we kick off a Tuesday, 28th of October. Hope your week's off to a good start here. Yeah, see how things are starting this week for the Knucklebuster. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. How was your weekend, bro?
Boy, it went by mighty quick.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They always do.
Yes, sir.
Well, I spent the weekend Saturday rebuilding that 1985 VT 1100 Honda Shadow I got. And then it rained all day Sunday, so I was back there in my canoe trying to paddle. That didn't work too well, so it wasn't that deep. So, but anyway, shoot, let's get a simplified shout out Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, and as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, see, this truck driver went down for his annual DOT physical. He carried his wife with him. The doctor told him, says, I need a urine sample, a stool sample, and a semen sample. His wife said, Morty, just give him your underwear.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah, absolutely. There. Steve, you know what hot dogs use for protection?
What's that?
Condiments.
There you go.
I'll call back later on there since wholesalers done gone to the house there, so I'll make sure we keep it busy all night there. So, hey, guess what? That 250th Marine Corps birthday is coming up next month, Steve. Not far off.
How about that? Yeah, and the 250th anniversary of the U.S. of A. coming our way next year. You know, you're getting old because, I so well remember when we celebrated the bicentennial. 200 years. Yeah, because we had our bicentennial quarters and your bicentennial, that was one of the first changes to coinage. In my lifetime, it's the first I remember any change in coins. And, of course, over the years now, every time you turn around, you got a state coin, you got this coin. I mean, they change constantly with every passing year. All right, let's see what Eagle has going on as we, I guess, getting his week started back out on the road. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you. How's things going?
Yeah, it's going all right. Back out on the road. Yeah, Steve, I'm going to make one quick note right quick, and then I'll probably call back in later to talk about this situation. But I wanted to focus on sports tonight because a lot of things took place over the weekend. But I want to say this. Remember last week I was talking to you about about these protesters and what's been going on in Portland, Oregon, and Chicago and other places at these ICE facilities. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you saw the news over the weekend. What happened late Thursday night or either Friday, where somebody it happened in California, where somebody rented out a U-Haul truck and tried to back it up into a military base, a Coast Guard base out in California, and tried to use it as a weapon. I told you it's just a matter of time before somebody gets hurt or somebody gets killed. Now, what if that van would have had some explosives in the back of it? What if that U-Haul would have had a bomb in the back of it, and that bomb would have blew up when they backed it into that military base? So, like I told you, things are getting out of control, and they need to be stopped immediately before somebody gets hurt, if not killed. But I'll focus on that in my second phone call. But I wanted to talk about sports tonight. Now, the first thing I'm going to talk about Cincinnati, and then I'll get into the college football game because a lot of bad things are going on in college football. I don't like the direction that college football is going in right now. But I wanted to talk about Cincinnati's situation because I watched a little bit of the Cincinnati game. And I don't know if you watched it or not.
Yes.
The Cincinnati lost. They lost the game to the New York Jets, a team that was 0-7, a team that hadn't even won a game all year long. Okay, a lot of fans in Cincinnati watching the game. They are calling for the dismissal of the head coach of Cincinnati to be fired. They want him out. Okay, this guy should not be fired because, see, first of all, he's missing his star quarterback, a man that he's using a backup quarterback, and he should be given the benefit of the doubt. You know, I can understand if he had his number one quarterback and he was still losing games. But this season is a lost cause in Cincinnati. You know, once Joe Burrow went down, it's not going to do no good to fire the coach because the coach is not the problem. The problem is they don't have a number one quarterback. Cincinnati gonna have to wait until next year to get their man back, and then maybe things will turn around. But but firing their coach right now in Cincinnati is not going to solve their problem and get Cincinnati to winning ball games. The problem is they don't have a number one quarterback. It's just that simple. Now, to get to college football, because it's going in a very bad direction, Steve. I played college football myself, and I used to dream of which I could have got paid when I was playing. But now at this point, it's going to a direction that's not good at all. With the payments that these players are getting, you got guys in college driving Mercedes Benzes, expensive sports cars, Ferraris, making $1 million. What's this guy named Arch Manning down in Texas, who's related to the Manning brothers, Peyton and Eli? This guy, I don't know, $2-3 million a year to play a college game. He's making more money than professional athletes. Now, It's going to a different game now, Steve. We had another coach lose his job. It used to be in the old days they would wait until the end of the year, to let the guy finish out the season. But no, they're not even doing that no more. They fired a coach. LSU fired their coach late Sunday night. Didn't even get a man the decency of letting him hold a press conference until they fired him in the middle of the night after they lost the game on Saturday. And they still got 4 games remaining on the schedule, and now they don't have a coach. And then you got Penn State, no coach. You got other coaches that have been released. Florida released state coach, and you got other coaches that are on the hot seat. You got the Auburn University; he could be out of a job. You got the Kentucky coach that's on; he could be out of a job. You got the Colorado with Deion Sanders; they ain't happy with what he's doing. He might be out of a job. You have to show some kind of patience with these coaches, Steve. This guy here, and the biggest problem is these buyouts. Brian Kelly, who was the coach at LSU, he's going to receive $49 million. He's going to get $49 million, and he's not even coaching the damn team. And somebody's got to pay for that, and they've already said, I listened to a couple of sports shows, guess who's going to pay for that Brian Kelly salary? The fans, because they're talking about increasing the ticket prices to go to these college games. That's who's going to pay the salary of somebody that's not even coaching the team. So what I'm saying is, it's putting the colleges in a bad predicament. Because, see, first of all, they got to pay Brian Kelly, and then guess what? They got to pay another man to come in and replace Brian Kelly, and he might be making $15 to $20 million a year to coach that same team. It makes no sense. The college game is getting out of hand. You can't fire a coach because he loses a game. Like I say, the Florida coach, he got fired the week before that, and he won the game, and they still fired him. So, these fans, they're asking for a little bit too much. I know everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to be in the playoffs, national championships, this and that. But you have to show some kind of patience. You're talking about 18 to 22-year-old kids that you're relying on to win football games. These are still kids. And you're putting your whole money, big money on the line with these kids when you're paying these coaches $10, $15 million a year to coach somebody 18 to 22. It's going a little bit too far at this point, Steve. When you got this many coaches being fired, and like I said, if you wasn't happy with the coach, you should have fired him before the beginning of the season. Why are you firing people after 4 or 5 games? At least show the man decency enough to let him finish out the season, and then you bring in a coach, because we're not even talking about recruiting. If you're a recruit that was looking at LSU as a school, how can you look at LSU as a potential school to go to when they don't even have a coach? So you're not only putting the coach in a bad position, you're putting the recruits, because that guy's going to look at another school. I know I would. If I don't know who the coach is going to be next year, why would I commit to LSU? I'm committing to somebody I know is going to have a job next year. So LSU, only person they hurt they hurt Brian Kelly, but he's still walking away with $49 million. But who they really hurt was the school of LSU and their players, because now they don't have a coach, and now they're going to lose the recruits that could have possibly helped them next year, because, like I said, they're going to turn their way. They're going to look for other schools to go to. And like I said, the same thing happened with Ohio State last year. Luckily, they was able to turn things around and win the national championship, because they was talking about Ryan running day out, and he's probably one of the best coaches in college football. Just because he couldn't beat Michigan and couldn't get the national championship don't mean the guy should have been fired. So he still continues on, and the Ohio State continues winning football games. But like I said, the college football is going in a very bad direction, Steve, and with the money and the payouts, TV revenue, and this and that. But when you start firing coaches after 4 or 5 games, and don't even let the man finish out the season, and there's something wrong with that, and it needs to come to a stop, and some changes need to be made in college football, because one other thing point, because you're not only affecting that coach, people don't realize that he has a staff. He might have 10 or 15 other coaches. These people have families and kids. Now they got to uproot their family. They got to go to a different state and try to, hopefully they can find another job with another college to coach their team. So he's not only Brian Kelly lost his job, 10 to 15 other coaches are unemployed as we speak right now, because LSU decided to terminate somebody before the season was even over.
I don't know that I'm not sure that works in that fashion. I think your defensive coach, offensive. I mean, all those other coaches. I don't think they go out the door with him, do they? I guess they'd have an option, but technically, I mean, by releasing Brian Kelly now, he's not hurt. He ain't hurt. He's guaranteed. I think that translated to, what was it, $26,000 a day for the next 6 years. He's in the catbird seat. He's just go live rich. Go live on your island sipping martinis for the rest of your life. But they'll bring in a new coach. And, of course, when the whole portal thing opens for other potential recruits, they'll know who the coach is going to be at that point in time. If you wait till the end of the season, I'm thinking, I mean, all these schools that have released coaches, Penn State, Florida, they're all looking for coaches. You want to be able to get the best you can get before the other schools grab them up. And I don't know, there's only so many to go around, right? But that's not my forte. I'm not the sports aficionado. That is something for the prognosticator of prognosticators to dissect. But we're getting close to 2 games for the price of 1. World Series Game 3 is bottom of the 17th inning at this point. If L.A. doesn't score here, they will indeed have played the equivalent because they're 18 innings. That's coming up next. Again, unless L.A. scores, right? Yeah, it's 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
See, I was able to find that the auction. Horse feathers, you are right. President Trump is 6'3". Barron's, he's 6'9". My. But it's Gray Flannel Auctions. Selling off a piece of President Trump's past. As owner of the New Jersey Generals in the now-defunct USFL Football League. Coat features the Generals logo patch, Trump's name stitched in red on the chest, and the original O'Shea label sewn inside the neckline. Starting bid, $2,500. 22 days remain to place a bid. But it was 1983. Trump purchased the New Jersey Generals after trying to buy an NFL franchise throughout the early 80s. From 83 to 85, the team signed Heisman Trophy winner running back Herschel Walker, quarterback Doug Flutie, running back Mike Rozier. Generals went 25-11 and made the playoffs during both of Trump's 2 seasons as owner. Former owner of the Generals convinced the league's owners to switch from a spring schedule to a fall schedule for the 1986 season. This was in hopes of triggering a merger with the NFL. President Trump, who was not president at the time, filed an antitrust lawsuit that resulted in a victory in name only and a $1 judgment. Later tripled that to $3 due to antitrust laws. USFL's 86th season was canceled. The Football League ceased operations soon after. Okay, piece of history, 2,500 starting bid. I don't know, how you think the bidding will go. It'll be interesting to see. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. About a minute before news break, we'll get to Philip coming up here. Scrapyard checking in. I do believe Brain Dead. Give us an update here as well. And, of course, you can dial us up at 844-844-3388. In the markets, Ford's engines are roaring after their earnings beat expectations. The stock rose over 10% at one point Friday. Now, the company said in a recent fire affecting production will affect their future outlook. Meanwhile, tensions rise between the U.S. and Canada, with the president at one point late last week threatening to cut off trade talks. He wasn't happy with Canada after Ontario, one of the provinces, put out commercials against tariffs, featuring Ronald Reagan talking about how tariffs are bad for the economy.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate reconvened today with the government shutdown in its 4th week, but no vote is scheduled after last week's 12th. Israel has received the remains of one slain hostage from Hamas in Gaza, while Egypt has joined the search for 13 other bodies, including 2 Americans, after Hamas failed to return all captives. The handover came an hour later than expected as recovery efforts continue. President Trump has given Hamas 48 hours to return the remaining hostages' remains, saying he's watching very closely. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with families of the missing Americans and pledged the U.S. will not rest until all remains have been returned. Wall Street closed with new record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 337 points, the S&P 500 rose 83 points, and the Nasdaq climbing 432 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks, new equipment, keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Now we're touching on some of the market updates. The European Union say they have found evidence that both Meta, aka Facebook, and TikTok are breaking data policies. They have strict rules, apparently, for apps under their Digital Services Act. The EU says the apps are not being transparent enough with the data, and they could end up fining the companies. All right, meanwhile, Friday's CPI report shows that inflation rose slightly less than expected in September. The good news, economists were projecting a 0.4% increase in the month. Prices only rose 0.3%. Now the bad news, overall inflation at 3% year over year, higher than the Fed's target of 2%. Meanwhile, with Halloween coming away Friday, for those waiting to the last minute to purchase the trick-or-treaters' candy, customers are adjusting their shopping habits, they tell us. Chocolate candies are more expensive because the price of cocoa has skyrocketed. So apparently many shoppers are opting for chewy gummy candies instead. Okay. I'm not a big fan of the gummy worms, the gummy bears, Sour Patch Kids. Yuck. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan announcing Friday that they will let institutional clients use crypto as collateral for loans. So what does that mean? Businesses that own a lot of crypto will be able to use it as backing to get loans from J.P. Morgan. Some crypto experts think that's a bullish sign that big banks like J.P. Morgan are actually leaning into crypto. Meanwhile, a new survey from CNBC says buyers are waiting for mortgage rates to drop before they sign the dotted line. 72.2% of real estate agents say their clients expect rates to drop in the next quarter. And so that means even though rates are the lowest in about a year, buyers are still holding out for now. And of course, I believe Wednesday aren't we supposed to get an announcement about a possible quarter of a point rate increase from the Fed? I do believe. Meanwhile, Philip joins us. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing today? Seems like our rain the other night did a little bit more damage than what we thought. I don't know if you've seen the news or not, but we had a couple towns down here that got hit really hard with flooding. Steve, did you see anything about it?
Well, I thought I saw some of the maps. Some areas saw like 8-9 inches of rain. Was that correct?
Yeah, we had some areas that had 8-9 inches of rain, but we also had one area over around Mount Dora and Eustis, Florida, it's kind of central Florida, but a little bit northern central Florida. It 19 inches of rain.
19, wow.
And it washed out a bunch. Yeah, 19, almost 20 inches of rain. And they had washouts. They've got a bunch of roads that are down. So if you're in the Mount Dora, Eustis area, and you're not, it's not main thoroughfares that got hit hard. It's more of like a side type roads. But yeah, they're looking at one area in Mount Dora that the road's going to be down for over a year now because it's down a hill and they've got to take it out and they've got to re-level it and do all kinds of crazy stuff to it to get it back to where it needs to be to even pave it. So, yeah, it was bad. It was real bad. They had water boil restriction, they have water restrictions and water boiling in Mount Dora as well as Eustis. It was a lot worse than what people thought. And that booger over there around Jamaica, it got up to 175. I seen that last night. Did you see that, Steve?
Yeah, and I see hurricane hunters say that I guess they dropped one of those, I don't know, whatever the hell they drop in these to measure winds. They recorded a 241 mile per hour gust in there.
Yeah, that could be that. Yeah, I mean it's in a volatile area. I mean that area of the Caribbean hasn't been hit this year, and it's like a big bathtub out there right now. It's about 86, 89 degree water, so it's just waiting. And that area between Jamaica and the Yucatan, that's even worse. And we haven't had a storm over that yet. That's some scary stuff, man, I tell you. But a lot of rapid intensification yesterday on that storm, and I'm not sure. Has it made landfall yet, Steve?
No, it's only moving at like 2 miles an hour right now. It's supposed to the eye is supposed to come ashore about 7 a.m. Eastern time this morning, they're saying. And they're saying total destruction. I mean, everything in the eye wall path, they're saying, is going to be flattened with this thing.
Yes, that's what I was saying yesterday. I mean, this thing's going to level it out. I mean, the big thing is the mountains, is all that water is going to go on that mountain. It's going to be coming down, and the wind and everything else on top of it, and it's going to be laid up on top of them for quite a bit of time. It's going to be on, what are they looking, 12 to 16 hours, that thing going across there.
Yeah.
You know.
And what do you think?
And,
What do you think of the fact that they're saying that this storm has never yet it hasn't done the eye wall replacement? Normally they'll get intensified to a Cat 4, 5, and drop off of it doing an eye wall replacement. It never did that.
Yeah, it's got enough power to keep going. That's why, Steve. It's already had enough fuel to keep it going. It's kind of like a tornado. Once you get her going, that's it. I mean, it's just going to keep on going, what I want to see is after it goes over Jamaica, how far it downfalls. Because if it doesn't downfall much, Cuba's going to be in the next round. And Guantanamo and all those places over there in Cuba are going to be hard hit, as well as you get on the other side of, into the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos. Bermuda, I think by the time it gets to Bermuda, it's going to be not petered out, but it's going to be slowed down quite a bit. It might be like a Cat 1 or a Cat 2 by the time it gets up there because of the water heat. The water's colder up there, so it's right now, and it's going to pull it down some, but it's a monster. I tell you what, this is one that's going to be in the books. I mean, they might even, depending on what's happening with the destruction, not to be crazy, but they might retire this name. I mean, when they retire a name, that means it's done a bunch of damage. And Jamaica, I was watching yesterday on YouTube. They have the live cams there. And this one live cam that I was watching, they had 9 cameras on at one time, and then they had, in the background, they were playing the advisories from the ministry there. They have, the prime minister was on talking, saying they did not want anybody outside at all. At all. They don't want you outside at all. They said they were going to take people to jail if they found them outside. That's how bad it is going to be. And they were telling everybody to go to shelter. They were just, it was almost like the guy was pleading for everybody to go to shelter.
Yeah.
The way he was talking. And it's, I wouldn't want to be on that island. The worst one I've ever been through is close to a Cat 4. And that's scary. Because when the wind gets up that high, you can't hear it. So you're inside. If you're boarded up, you kind of tell by the sounds of how fast that it's going. A normal hurricane, it starts, at the beginning, it's like a whistle. And then that whistle goes away the higher the winds get. When the pressure drops, and it just goes into a vacuum almost. That storm is going to be like a vacuum. It really is. What's the pressure sitting yesterday? When I went to bed, I think it was like 908. Was that what are you seeing now on it, Steve?
Yeah, the 11.
Seen the latest numbers?
11 p.m. Eastern was 903.
Okay, so the lower you see that number go down, that pressure gets lower and lower, man. That's going into a vacuum, And what's crazy about it, as slow as it's running, and the eye comes over you, that eye could be sitting over you for about 7 to 8 hours, now if not close to 10. And you think it's sunny, great, perfect time out, and then when that ends, then it's going to break loose again. It's going to be just as bad. It's going to be rough. Those folks are going to go through some rough stuff.
Yeah,
especially the folks up in Kingston.
I pulled up the 2 a.m. update. The central pressure to 901. 901 at 2 a.m.
901. I know that they have went down into the 8s, and it wasn't a very big hurricane that went down and set the lowest pressure, but that's a monster. That's a monster of a storm.
Yep.
That's the only way to say it. This could probably be one of the biggest storms that's ever been documented, and in modern times, and they were looking at it the whole time it came off Africa. They said this thing was going to turn into something. They didn't know how big it was going to be, but they knew it. And the tracking of this storm has been crazy. I don't know if you've been following it or not, but these guys didn't know which way that thing was going to go 3 days ago, 4 days ago. You know, I mean, it was like the models were so up in the air about which way it was going to go, and there was a lot of uncertainty about it. Now everything looks like it's pretty much lined up. I mean, by what I've seen in the models last night, everything's straight up going, you know. And we got to give a congratulations, Steve, to Elon Musk. I don't know if you heard it. He broke the space shuttle record. So his vehicles have put more stuff up in all the amount of missions worked with his vehicles than the space shuttle in 1 year. I don't know if you heard that or not, but I saw that yesterday on the news, and I thought that was kind of crazy.
How about that?
But he's put more stuff up in space than the space shuttle did, and with those Falcon 9 rockets. And that's going to have one. I believe we got one going off tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. This is the next one that I heard. And we'll see how that goes. And the Starship stuff is still building up and everything. And Eagle was commenting earlier about these coaches and stuff, Steve. Do you think this NIL thing has caused a lot of that kind of stuff?
Absolutely. I do.
What happened to the days when a kid went to college to get an education? You know, I ain't got nothing against football or baseball or basketball or any of the sports. But what happened to the days when a kid actually went to school and got an education? And it's made it that way. It's all this. And I will say this much: I don't care if you're a coach in football, basketball, whatever. If you make your living doing it, it is a performance-based job. You've got to deal with it. If you're not performing to what their expectations are, they're going to let you go. I'm sorry. That's just the way the system works. If you're kind of upset that your favorite coach has been let go, it is what it is. But LSU or Florida or whoever's let coaches go lately, they've done it for a reason. And it's on performance. Something is not adding up to their levels, what they wanted. I mean, everything's performance-based, isn't it, Steve, in the world today? I mean, just about almost every job is performance-based.
Yep.
If you're not doing up to the expectations, what are they going to do? They're going to let you go. I mean, that's just the way it is, you know. It's just life. You got to take it and move on. The only thing about these guys is they've structured their contracts so strong to where when they exit, their exit is going to make them a lot of cash. And kudos to them. They were smart enough to get their legal stuff in place and get everything. I mean, that's business. That's just business. That's the business side of sports that a lot of people don't look at. You know, look at Roger Penske. Do you think Roger Penske is going to change his drivers next year because they didn't go to the championship this year? What do you think, Steve? Do you think he's going to change his drivers? And that's the way it is.
I'd have to ask Braindead if there's any rumors or rumblings about driver changes coming up.
Absolutely, and that's the way. I mean, you think about it. I mean, it's performance-based industry. That's how they make their money. I mean, that's their salaries and everything is paid that way, and it's all performance-based. They want to see somebody winning championships. Now, do you think he's going to let Joey Logano go? I don't think so. Logano's been a champion already. You know, you think Ryan Blaney is going to stay there? Absolutely. He's a champion already. Now, that other one, on the other hand, I think might be some rumblings about that one leaving, and we'll see. But, you know, it's performance-based. I mean, that's the way it works. I mean, Chip Ganassi's done it. Roger Penske's done it. Richard Childers. There's a lot of rumors about Kyle Busch. Where's Kyle Busch going to? You know, not to mention, Steve, a lot of people have talked about it, but, you know, Kurt Busch he's been running some stuff, too, on the side here. he got cleared a little bit. He's been racing a little bit. Have you seen that, Steve?
I have not. No.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of what ifs out there. Now, these young guys, I was watching them the other day, I mean, Jeff Gordon, he picked a good one with Byron. I mean, that kid he's performing, and if he gets a championship under his belt, he's going to be up there just like Chase and all those guys. It's about getting those championships under your belts. That's what Earnhardt made Earnhardt. That's what made Petty. So we'll just have to sit back and see. But I'll let you go. I know Brain Dead, he's dying to get on here, so y'all have a good day. Thank you.
All right. Have a good morning, Philip. We are in the bottom of the 18th inning. Approaching 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. About 20 minutes ago, Dennis said they're saying the crowd at Dodger Stadium is thinning out. See, no doubt. I mean, they're rolling up on the midnight hour there, and people have to get up, go to work, and I don't know if anybody got their kids out there watching these games. They got to get up for school in the morning, right?
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, thanks for the updates, gentlemen. So it's finally over. Freddie Freeman, walk-off home run, bottom of the 18th for the Dodgers victory. Wow. I was just looking at the clock. I said, I know this game started like a little after 8 o'clock Eastern time. I think it was at 8:08 or something like that. So it had to be 6-7 hours. Soma says, I guess officially, it goes down as 6 hours, 39 minutes. Longest ever World Series game in terms of game time, anyway. That is incredible. All right, what do you say, Brain Dead? A little late-night baseball.
Yeah, and especially too when you fall asleep on the couch and you get a phone call, dispatch says, "Hey, can you come in and do us a favor run?" I'm like, "Oh crap." Okay, cool. So real quick, trucking. One thing, a trucking issue, real quick. Wasn't it last week we had the guy that hit the overpass there in Washington State? Wasn't it late last week we had that guy hit that overpass?
Correct. That they're having to actually tear the whole damn thing down. Yeah.
Has anybody in the huddled masses out here within the listening audience noticed something? I just passed one tonight, and it's about 2 o'clock in the morning here. of one of those of an oversized load. It's one of those great big oxygen storage tanks like you see at the hospital there. Definitely oversized. Has no oversized signs, no oversized flags, no oversized nothing running down the road. Has anybody noticed this? I mean, I used to do heavy haul many moons ago, and I know there was always a permitted route. You had to have the permits and the condition sheets that went with the permits. You had to read and understand the condition sheets on the permits. Like you could only run from this time to this time. You could only start from this time to this time, et cetera, et cetera. I've passed drivers that had 10-foot wide sheet metal loads, flat steel loads, pass me up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know if these are foreigners. Do not get me wrong. I don't know if these are foreigners or somebody that's not used to doing this kind of a job. But maybe there needs to be some sort of certification in order to pull but to pull heavy haul loads.
Mm-hmm.
Because years ago, they had an issue down in Birmingham or in Alabama where they had coils falling off of trucks, and you had to be specially certified and trained. They had to have a little license to pull a coil. Did they ever do away with that, or is that still into effect today?
That I do not know for certain.
Yeah. So, you want to catch a break and come back?
Yeah, we are rolling toward news break here as we roll up on, indeed, the midnight hour on the West Coast. I don't know, for those that stuck around, I guess, what do you say? You got your money's worth. You got 2 games for the price of 1, right? 18 innings in L.A. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Federal Reserve is expected to cut interest rates once again this week, likely by 1/4 point, bringing that benchmark rate to around 4%. Officials say they're trying to balance the slowing inflation with protecting jobs amid a government shutdown and missing economic data. Another rate cut in December is a possibility. Venezuela claims they've captured what they call CIA-linked mercenaries plotting a false flag attack, accusing the U.S. as well as Trinidad and Tobago of involvement, although no proof has been shown. The announcement comes as the U.S. expands its military presence in the Caribbean amid rising regional tensions. A conservative group's health conference at an Austin farm has been canceled due to threats from what he says are liberal activists.
Goes beyond the normal, hey, if you don't cancel these guys, we're going to boycott you, etc., wishing violence upon the farm.
Chuck DeVore with the Texas Public Policy Foundation says this is just the latest example of the violent rhetoric that we're seeing nationwide. The owners of Boggy Creek Farm said on social media that they were closing until further notice due to hateful outlash and threats. A jacket once owned by President Trump while he was the owner of the New Jersey Generals is up for auction.
During the 3-year stretch of the United States Football League, which attempted to rival the NFL, Trump owned the team that represented New Jersey and played at Giant Stadium. 40 years after the last USFL game, Trump's Generals jacket is now up for auction through Gray Flannel Auctions. The white jacket is embroidered with Trump on the right chest and a General's helmet on the left. The collars, wrists, and bottom of the jacket feature the team's colors, red, white, and blue. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with new record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 337 points, the S&P 500 rose 83 points, and the Nasdaq climbing 432 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A plumber in Las Vegas has gone viral for helping people in need. Aaron Sloan says he became a plumber after serving time in prison.
He decided he was going to use his new career to help people. He now has over 1 million social media followers who read about his good deeds. Sloan does low-cost plumbing jobs for veterans or families in need. He points out that replacing a $10 part can sometimes cost a customer over $200 for a service call. So he's doing many of the jobs for just the cost of the part. And he's raising money on a GoFundMe account so people in need across the country can get plumbing help. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Texas Education Agency is taking over the struggling Fort Worth School District, angering the state's largest teachers union. Clay Robinson of the Texas State Teachers Association says school boards should be elected, not appointed. 4 other districts, Waco, Houston, Beaumont, and Wichita Falls, could face similar takeovers. We're now days away from Halloween, and that means pumpkin carving and maybe some self-inflicted trauma.
Every year, there are about 2,000 pumpkin carving ER visits coast to coast. An additional 4,000 people report carving wounds, but those are handled with Band-Aids, not stitches or surgery. The damage is done with a simple slip of the knife because a dull knife requires more force to navigate, which makes them slip. The Cooking Guild says to avoid a laceration, puncture wound, or digit amputation, sharpen your knives before carving. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome into a Tuesday for our friends on the West Coast. As Dodgers fans celebrate a victory, Game 3. So Dodgers now up 2-1 in the World Series. And welcome back to Brain Dead.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I knew that. I knew it was getting close to the top of the hour or so. But no, Philip hit it on the head. But the other thing, too, is that people don't understand about these sports contracts is there's clauses in there. There's all kind of clauses. And with a lot of these, the football coaches and basketball coaches, the NCAA coaches, there's when they do the buyout, they cannot interview for any coaching position till their buyout is paid off. For example, with Butch Kelly, no, not Kelly. With Kelly over there at LSU, he can interview for a job for the next 8 years, and that even goes down to the high school level. I mean, they'll find out. So, but also too, they don't fire the whole coaching staff. They don't. The incoming coach kind of picks and chooses who he wants to keep and who he doesn't want to keep. And they're even very well compensated at that, too. So, but they have a different set of buyout clauses. The one thing is, though, that I've noticed about Roger Penske and a lot of the older NASCAR owners, they're very loyal to their contract. Because remember, earlier in the year, that Austin Cindric dad was caught up in that big scandal. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people were talking about him getting fired. No, he wasn't going to get fired. Mr. Penske was going to honor his contract at the end of next year, so he's not going to go anywhere next year. But like Philip said, it's all performance driven. I mean, I don't think Logano or Blaney is going to go anywhere anytime soon. And the other thing too is it's not so much about talent, it's about sponsorship with the NASCAR side. I mean, look at Chris Buescher. He left, I think it was Trackhouse or one of the teams, and went over to RFK and brought Kroger with him. Kroger signed $60 million a year deal. That's what these teams are needing right now. That's where they're hurting for money, and this is where that whole Michael Jordan lawsuit's coming into play. And that's what they're trying to show you, is that NASCAR is not cutting everybody in with the pie, so to speak. But I know Daniel Suarez. I think he went over to Spire next year to replace Justin Haley, which was kind of a shock, but it wasn't kind of a shock. Justin Haley, he needs a few more years to mature and get up to that level. But next year's silly season, who knows what's going to happen there? Anything is going to happen next season, because you have a majority of contracts coming up, like Kurt Busch. Thanks, Philip. Kyle Busch is coming up, and it's one of the big ones that they're kind of mulling around, talking around.
Well, we all love silly season, Brain Dead, right? Thank you for checking in. Let me see. From the Storm Chaser, Johnny Weaver. It says, unfortunately, Melissa continues to get stronger. hurricane hunters just found that the pressure had dropped even further to 901 millibars. Winds will catch up to that. Probably sustained at 180, 185. That's not official because now the hurricane hunters have finished their flight. But this, folks, is a nightmare of a storm, historic in so many aspects. At 9:01. And when they talk about the strongest hurricanes on record, that's based on central pressure, not winds per se. 844-844-3388. All right, Scrapyard dialed us back up. What's going on, Scrapyard? Something blew up down there?
Yeah, over around mile marker 71, we got a bunch of low-hanging clouds, and I have my weather app pulled up, which shows lightning in real time, and there was no lightning strike in these low-level clouds. All of a sudden, there was a bright flash just south of the interstate. I was coming up on it, and the sky lit up, and then it turned orange, and it turned red, and then it got dark back over there. So I don't know. It's not too far from the airport, so I don't know if a plane crashed over there or either that, but it was being, red and orange, and that's usually petroleum fuel based.
Yeah.
All that whenever you get a crash like that. So I had to call it in just to be on the safe side. But something I noticed really, really strange this weekend and today before I went into work. Me and Miss Patty, we went Saturday down to her local Walmart, do some grocery shopping, and the meat section and the dairy section and the eggs they were tearing everything out. They said the freezers went out. And, today I was heading into work and had to stop at my local Walmart, different store, my local Walmart to get a jug of oil for my personal ride. And it was the same situation and all that. And that person back there behind one of the ship leads saying that the freezer went down. But one of the workers there told me that they were told to pull everything because of this SNAP situation, because they're already having riots. Apparently, these swarm and steal gangs out in California at the various grocery stores, running in and cleaning them out of meat and everything else, and just grabbing it up. Large groups like 30, 40 people at a time,
right,
running into these stores and running out and taking off with it. So it seemed a little strange to me, and all that two separate Walmarts. If anybody else has had that happen to them within the past day or so, they've noticed that going on in their local Walmart. But there's people on YouTube, some of these independent news people, reporting that, especially out in California, that it's already going on now. It just started within the past day or so. That these big gangs running in there and cleaning grocery stores out.
Wow. I've seen numerous
weekend coming up. And all that.
I've seen a lot of posts from individuals that receive the SNAP benefits, saying that you're going to cut our SNAP off in November. Yeah, Thanksgiving's coming, and I'm going to have my Thanksgiving dinner no matter what. I'm just going to go in and get what I need and walk out the door, kind of thing. I am seeing a lot of posts. I haven't heard anything about it actually happening already, but I check on that. California, huh?
Yeah, so just to be on the safe side, there's these people posting these videos, full of rage and whatnot, saying that they're going to start breaking into people's homes and into the vehicles and everything else like that.
Yeah.
That just everybody, you may want to stock up on groceries while you can, especially canned goods. That with all, with the holidays coming on and potential bad winter weather and all that, me and Miss Patty, we went ahead and spent a couple of $100 just on canned goods alone. to make sure that if we get iced in, get trapped and all that, well, then we'll be okay. Yeah, at least be able to cook something to eat.
Yeah.
Lose fire and whatnot. I already laid up propane heaters, camp stove, and everything else like that. Because her house is all electric, so just trying to provide heat and being able to cook food. And damn, there's something over here on fire. It looks like. Oh, I think we got an oil rig over here on fire over here east of Morrilton. There's some awful thick smoke. Yep, I think there is an oil rig over here on fire north of I-40.
Strange things going on in Arkansas this morning there,
right.
Scrapyard. Wow.
Yeah, well, that's, I figured it'd bring it up to folks' attention, if their local grocery stores, if that's been going on as of late. But, two separate Walmarts in that long aisle that holds all their beef and their chicken and pork and everything, and then all the way down around the corner into the dairy and egg section, all that completely cleaned out. And just within, from Saturday to Monday, and not 2 Walmarts that supposedly their freezers went down. So, yeah, it might, may be nothing, but it may be something.
Could it be coincidence or something else? All right. Well, thanks for the update there, Scrapyard. Have a great morning. Okay, so let me give you the rest in regards to the upcoming meeting between President Trump and Xi Jinping of China. We were talking earlier, some of the major global firms watching closely, a lot of concerns, what kind of deals they may strike. When it comes to software, a wide range of global companies are going to be watching to see if the Trump administration intends to follow through on a plan to curb an array of software-powered exports to China. If implemented, it would make good on President Trump's threat earlier this month to bar what they call critical software exports to China by restricting global shipments of items that contain U.S. software or were produced using U.S. software. It could disrupt global trade, given that many items are made with U.S. software, like jet engines from General Electric, cars from companies like Toyota that use software in safety features. Chips worldwide are also produced with U.S. chip design software from Cadence Design Systems and Synopsys. As far as the automakers are concerned, car makers have a lot riding on the geopolitical dynamics, including a slate of still unresolved tariffs between the two countries. Most pressing, though, is the threat of a shortage of chips from Chinese-owned firm Nexperia. China has banned exports of Nexperia's finished products amid a dispute with the Dutch government. The inexpensive chips are used widely in car electronics and automotive lobbying groups that represent the likes of Volkswagen, GM, Ford, have warned of likely factory disruptions if that dispute is not settled quickly. China's stepped up export controls on rare earth minerals as well as battery materials have also raised fears among the automakers and suppliers of possible production snags. Agribusiness, including Archer Daniels Midland, Bunge Global, and privately held Cargill, are going to be watching close for any lifting of tariffs that have halted the Chinese purchases of soybeans and other farm goods and driven crop prices to multi-year lows here. Soybeans are the largest U.S. farm export by value, $12.6 billion in shipments to the top buyer, China, last year alone. Farm equipment makers like Deere AGCO, and CNH will all be eyeing any easing of duties that have hammered farmer income, chilling the sales of tractors and combine harvesters. Lastly, we've got aviation. Boeing faces rising pressure from the Xi-Trump talks spotlight aerospace trade. Beijing's push for domestic jets and retaliatory tariffs risk eroding Chinese demand for Boeing aircraft. China historically a top market for Boeing, but escalating trade tensions could threaten the company's long-term growth. If the talks go well, Boeing could increase its access to China's aviation market. If they falter, the company would risk deeper isolation. Meanwhile, President Trump's threat to restrict Boeing aircraft parts exports to China could disrupt the nation's jet production of state-owned Commercial Aircraft Corporation of China, which relies on U.S.-made engines and avionics. Long story short, there is a lot on the line, with this meeting coming up on Thursday. So with the so-called framework already laid out, if they can come to an agreement on these things, that would bode very well. Flip side of the coin, who knows? Where do we go?
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. Tell us here 360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Meanwhile, Senor Heatwave checking in here early on a Tuesday. What's going on, Heatwave?
Oh, good morning, Senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Going from the left coast to the east coast. That's the first time for me. So, according to some of the callers, just as soon as I cross over the Mississippi River, I sound so much more intelligent. I don't know about that, but I know there are some out there that think so, and I'll probably be catching hell from them later on tonight after the show. Well, I couldn't even tell you what the count was with the games between Canada and the U.S. Toronto and Los Angeles. It's one of those where I could care less. I don't know if it's because of my difference to L.A. and their attitude over there as far as politically, or if I just don't care about Toronto. But I guess I guess it's okay that the home team has got a 2-1 lead on these people. I mean, shoot, 18 innings. My goodness gracious.
Long game.
And whatever those seats cost, yeah. And I'm sure those seats are, instead of just being $60, $70 per, they're probably $1,000 or better just for the nosebleed seats. So whoever got that, they definitely got their money's worth. Yeah, these coaches that are getting released, it's almost as if the one caller was saying LSU doesn't have any high dollar alumni. It's almost like, well, they're in the swamp. They can't be rich people out there. Oh, Texas A&M, when they got rid of Jimbo Fisher, it was a money pulled from a lot of wealthy alumni donors that took care of that issue. I don't remember hearing them raising the prices of the seats, to cover the cost. Man, these Arizona roads are damn rough. Fix your roads, Arizona. Good night. I mean, it's so damn bad my windshield wipers came on. Good Lord. I don't remember hearing anything about A&M seat prices going up after Jimbo Fisher got his contract bought out, and they brought in Mike Elko. So, yeah, it's because the donors put in, reached in their pockets and they pulled out enough to go ahead and cover. And, there are a lot of coaches out there that when they have these high dollar buyouts, there is stuff in their contract saying, we do this, you don't coach, for X number of years. So, but anyways, it's a nice cool night out here on I-10, southern Arizona going into New Mexico, 57 degrees. And, there's been a lot of people saying that they're not seeing a whole lot of change in traffic. I'm noticing a lot more traffic here on I-10. The rest areas are full. Truck stops are full. I think a lot of these people, they're deciding they're going to try to sneak around the Texas-Oklahoma area there on 40. But, man, this has got to be nationwide. You got to crack down on these people. Because, I mean, we don't need to have any more incidences like we've had that have taken the lives of a lot of people here. I don't know, that's pretty much all I got to say for tonight. It just, if I don't call you at least once a night, I just don't sleep good. And then on the weekends, I just don't sleep good at all.
And then you don't sleep at all. Well, we got that taken care of. Good to hear from you. But right on cue, though, we're up to the news break. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Federal Reserve is expected to cut interest rates once again this week, likely by 1/4 point, bringing that benchmark rate to around 4%. Officials say they're trying to balance the slowing inflation with protecting jobs amid a government shutdown and missing economic data. Another rate cut in December is a possibility. Venezuela claims they've captured what they call CIA-linked mercenaries plotting a false flag attack, accusing the U.S. as well as Trinidad and Tobago of involvement, although no proof has been shown. The announcement comes as the U.S. expands its military presence in the Caribbean amid rising regional tensions. Wall Street closed with new record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 337 points, the S&P 500 rose 83 points, and the Nasdaq climbing 432 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee, and Molly, Suspense, Jack, Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard, Diamond Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, There are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Night, early morning hours. Got us a new day underway. Yeah, there was an interview with a guy by the name of Mayor Lansky II. Or it's Meyer Lansky, the grandson of the legendary mobster. Offering a glimpse into how star athletes who are already very wealthy and have fame, how do they get caught up with the mafia? Yeah, last week the news of more than 24 individuals involved in the sports fixing and illegal gambling rings run by the mafia went viral. Three of those arrests in particular: Portland Trail Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups, former player and coach Damon Jones, Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier. Really raising some eyebrows. Billups and Jones, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, conspiracy to commit money laundering. Both are accused of participating in rigged poker games. Or they would use their status as former NBA stars to help lure in high-profile, wealthy players to games. Of course, they would then receive a cut of the winnings from the fixed games. Billups and Jones in particular utilized to attract victims to the games because of their status as former professional athletes, according to the indictment. According to the Department of Justice, card players that were duped into participating in the rigged games lost an estimated $7.15 million, dating all the way back to April of 2019. So why would former and current NBA coaches and players, many of whom have made far more money from basketball than from gambling, actually risk their legacies taking part in mob-run card games? Well, according to Meyer Lansky, they're risk takers. Athletes like that, they got a lot of adrenaline. They think they can not only have millions be paid by a team, but they can make more with their gambling too. Or they have an addiction to gambling. There's a lot of people like that. They just want to get involved. Maybe they like the affiliation with people that are in charge of that or behind those gambling setups. Lansky also thinks the fame and fortune athletes accrue from sports embolden them. He said, I think anybody that gets an extraordinary amount of money and they got a lot of fans behind them, they can get to the point where they're just blind that nothing can happen to me. Why don't I just do this? I do think that with any background, not just sports, it's a powerful thing. Money and power and fame, sometimes it takes over. Now, he confirmed sports have always been a priority business target for the mafia. It was pretty easy to fix. It was always beneficial. It's pretty easy to assess that. You can do it because if you're in the casinos, you have surveillance, people watching. That's a lot riskier than it would be for sports betting. There's other reasons he believes the relationship between athletes and the mob continues to occur. Protection. You don't have to come up with the front money. You place it with a bookie a lot of times. They'll look for you if you don't pay up, but reasons like that, they have a great control and great power. They have different ways they do things with somebody. They're influential themselves when they talk to maybe a player. There's an affiliation with the mafia and famous people and sports people. They like that connection sometimes. All right. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver has called the allegations against Billups, Jones, Rozier deeply disturbing, were the words he used. And, of course, they did confirm, FBI director, that's an ongoing investigation. How much deeper it goes is the bigger question, I guess. What's going on, Pappy? A little late-night baseball, huh?
Yes, sir. 18 innings worth. Steve, I guess maybe, I don't know, even if you make millions of dollars playing basketball and you get threatened, you're going to miss that three-point shot or both your legs might get broken. You'll never play basketball again. I don't know. But, man, what a game, Steve. That was one heck of a game, man. A couple times, both teams left bases loaded, 2 outs, 3-2 count, left runners stranded. I think it was Freddie. All 3 times he launched one, it just didn't quite make it out. And bottom of the ninth, he finally hit one, and it went out. Was kind of watching the game with the guys on the squad. So I was talking to Amanda. She's got tickets for Game 5, which is Wednesday night. So technically, I guess if LA wins tomorrow, she could be at the winning game if they win it on Wednesday.
That's correct, yeah. How big would that be?
Say again?
How big would that be? That would be, the atmosphere, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it'd actually be at a game where they win, you know. So, hey, Heat Wave, I did ask her how much these tickets, she's got a couple tickets going with some friends. She said a friend of hers had the tickets. He couldn't make it. Asked Amanda if she wanted them. She said, well, how much are they? $488. Now, this is because she's buying them from a friend. I think he might either gave it to her bargain price or maybe what he paid for them. I don't know. $488 up in peanut heaven. She said you cannot touch that ticket now for less than $1,000.
Wow.
So obviously probably the only way to get one now is through a scalper. I'm sure they're sold out. So but if you was going to buy that same ticket, she says there's no way you could get it for less than $1,000, unless it's something how she got it through a friend. Hey, here's the tickets, have a good time, you know. But if you're planning on buying them from a scalpel down there, man, who knows how much they would charge. I don't even know how many of them scalpels could even get their hands on them World Series tickets. I don't know, man. I don't know. But anywho, yeah, so Steve, I'm torn between, I guess I got to go with the Dodgers because they're an American team and the daughter living out there, but I ain't too happy with them, I can tell you that much. Not the team itself, but the upper management. I don't know if you heard, Fox News reported that they had some kind of rainbow get-together with these drag queens, and the LA Dodgers sponsored this event.
Right.
So that puts a bad taste in my mouth, but the players really had nothing to do with that, and so I don't know. I guess for the daughter's sake, we're pulling for LA to win Wednesday night. That'd be cool for her. So, Steve, why can't we go back to the basics of making these automobiles? I had no problem. Steve, the first car I had was a 1964 Fairlane. No power steering, no power brakes, no power windows. You know what I'm saying? First pickup truck I had was a 77, I think it was. Might have been a 78. Chevy, 1500. No power steering, no power brakes, 3 on the tree. It was my work truck for a while before I got into this business. Why can't we go back to just making a basic engine without all these computer chips? I don't need a GPS system in my car. I don't need just give me an AM FM radio, right? I guess the only reason I would want power windows is so you don't have to reach. Remember the days when you had to reach across the seat and roll down the passenger window?
Yes, I do.
You know, and power mirrors, didn't need all that. Roll the window down, push the mirror in and out however you wanted it. We could get away from all these chips. Maybe fuel consumption might go up a little bit, maybe. I don't know, but why can't we just go back making them the old-fashioned way, where you could change the oil, tune up your car yourself, right? You could change the spark plugs. You didn't have to take a motor mount out and jack the motor up to get to one of the back spark plugs. Steve, the oil filter on my Impala is up front by the radiator. I'm like, what? I don't get it, man. Don't get it. All right, bud, that's really about all I got, man. I'm not getting any intel, nothing about November 1st. Not hearing anything as far as any intel from employment. You understand what I'm saying? Nothing's really coming out.
Okay.
So I don't know. So off working tonight, tomorrow, off Wednesday, Thursday, be back for Halloween, working November 1st, which is going to be a 13-hour night because we got time change this weekend, Saturday.
Yep.
So, all right, bud. Temperature ain't too bad out here. I got.
How does that work Saturday night? Technically, Sunday morning, 2 a.m., the clock goes back to 1. Do the bars get to stay open an extra hour, or do they still have to shut down at 2?
I don't know for sure. I would say they get to stay open an extra hour.
Wow.
Because technically, it goes back to 1 o'clock. I know on the overtime slip that I fill out for working that extra hours from 2 to 3. Because the time goes back starting at 2 to 1. So it's just their way of telling us, just fill the slip out between 2 and 3, that extra hour, and mark time change on it.
There you go.
But
all right.
I'd say they get to stay open an extra hour. All right, bud. Appreciate you taking the call. Everybody stay safe. Peace.
That's a good way to keep you busy, technically, come 2 to 3 a.m. the second time around, right?
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here on a Tuesday. Get our bearings straight. Yeah, final Tuesday in the month of October here, rolling toward Halloween weekend, Friday. Let me see here. I do believe we have our friend in San Antone on board. Is that correct?
That is correct. How are you today, sir? And I'd like to say greetings and salutations to everyone out there.
Well, thank you very much. What's going on tonight?
Well, I like your commentaries. The first thing I'd like to say about you were talking about the Chinese, your commentary after the news breaks generally.
Yeah.
I thought we had a clause about no foreign entanglements in the Constitution, and it's actually the title of nobility clause about emollients, and I think that's been happening ever since Kennedy was assassinated, if not before. So that's what you say. It's like when you have foreign entanglements, you don't know your neighbor really good, you have business with them, that's fine. But somebody across the street you never met or you know their reputation, you probably should leave them alone. That's what I'm saying with China. Because to me, all communists are enemies.
Right.
Simple. That's all I got for that. Pappy, if you're still listening out there, it's good to hear your voice. But I'll have, when I win this chocolate chip cookie that you're going to make for me, tell me I'm not self-confident. It's got to be 70%. I don't do sugar. I'm not diabetic, but I'm just having a joke with Pappy. It's good to hear his voice.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the other thing is, if you own an electric car or a hybrid, you are a slave owner. I've seen some documentaries on how they mine and gather lithium from the countries they gather them in. And these are slave workers, basically.
Yeah.
They all line up. It's like, what was the movie with Martin Brando when I could have been a contender. He was a dock worker, and they had to go out there every morning and bid for a job or something like that. And if they got picked, they got picked. They didn't. They went and looked through the tailings to find whatever lithium they could find and eke out a living from that. So whoever owns an electric vehicle out there, as far as I'm concerned, from my own ethics, you're a slave owner. That probably don't sit well with most people. That own electric vehicles.
We know that they're using. I mean, actually, child labor. I got young kids out there doing the dirty work out.
Oh, I've seen it. It's like thousands. There's thousands of them. I've seen the videos. It's just like after everybody gets in behind the locked-in fence, like the diamond mines in South Africa, all the ones that are left just scramble through the tailings to see whatever they can find.
Yeah.
So I don't mean to bring people down. I just want to try to lighten them up on, like, you think you're doing good for the environment. And I really don't think so myself. But other than that, then let's go to what before the last break, just recently, before Pappy, when you were talking about the guys in the NBA getting involved with the mafia.
Yeah.
Let's look at the sinister side. And I know I said I didn't want to get to the dark, but I am. Because let's say, how did they get involved with the mafia on the dark side? The same way politicians got involved with Epstein on the dark side. they got compromised. Make sense?
Distinct possibility. Yeah, you get in, I don't know, they got something over your head, right? They can force you to do things or they'll out you.
This is very true. They can make it very difficult some way or the other. It brings me into the memory of one of my favorite Bruce Willis movies is The Last Boy Scout. In a professional, it was they didn't call it the NFL, but we knew what they were referring to, kind of, sort of. It just, look, I'll just have to say something. It's like people are the best people that I've ever met in my life, and they're also some of the worst people I've ever met in my life. Does that mean I'm going to give up on life? Nah. I love life too much. It was a gift. That's why today and right now is called the present. I know it sounds like kind of childish, but it works for me.
Well, hey, it's always great to hear from you there, San Antone, on board. Let's see. I don't know if that's a real photo or an artificial intelligence generated photo, but I know it's a true story. Yeah, from inside the eye of Category 5 Melissa, hurricane hunters, they say, captured the breathtaking stadium effect, the vast blue sky surrounded by those walls of swirling cloud. But what they saw inside was rather heart-wrenching. Birds trapped, circling endlessly inside the calm, unable to escape the violent winds of the eye wall. A calm sky above, a cage below. Melissa isn't just a storm. It's a reminder of how small life can be against the full force of nature. Never underestimate the power of the planet we call home, he says. Yes. So I guess the question, how long can birds hover before... kind of sad. Lease with Tell and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tell360.com.
At Tell, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate reconvened today with the government shutdown in its fourth week, but no vote is scheduled after last week's 12th Israel has received the remains of one slain hostage from Hamas in Gaza, while Egypt has joined the search for 13 other bodies, including 2 Americans, after Hamas failed to return all captives. The handover came an hour later than expected as recovery efforts continue. President Trump has given Hamas 48 hours to return the remaining hostages' remains, saying he's watching very closely. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with families of the missing Americans and pledged the U.S. will not rest until all remains have been returned. President Trump did not rule out a third-term run in 2028, but dismissed any idea of running for vice president.
Yeah, you'd be allowed to do that, but I wouldn't. I think it's too cute. Yeah, I wouldn't rule that out because it's too cute. I think the people wouldn't like that. It's too cute. It's not. It wouldn't be right.
He said he'd love to do it while highlighting other very good Republicans like Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The 22nd Amendment limits presidents to 2 elected terms. Officials say food giant Hormel is recalling close to 5 million pounds of chicken products after customer complaints.
The issue was discovered after multiple complaints from food service customers finding metal in their frozen chicken breast and thigh products. The USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service said no injuries have been reported. The agency says Hormel Foods found the metal came from a conveyor belt during production. The chicken was distributed to HRI Commercial Food Service nationally between February 10th and September 19th. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with new record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 337 points, the S&P 500 rose 83 points, and the Nasdaq climbing 432 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Investigators believe multiple gunmen were involved in a shooting during a homecoming event at Lincoln University in Pennsylvania.
The Chester County District Attorney gave the update during a press conference Sunday evening, noting authorities do not believe the shooting was planned to be a mass casualty event. One person was killed, 6 others injured when shots were fired outside the school's International Cultural Center Saturday night. Lincoln University canceled classes today for a time of healing and reflection. John Sommers, USA, Radio News.
Sean Diddy Combs is set to be released from federal prison in May 2028 after receiving a 50-month sentence for interstate prostitution. He was acquitted of more serious racketeering and sex trafficking charges, but fined $500,000 in order to serve 5 years of supervised release with strict conditions, including drug testing and counseling. Surveys show 1 in 4 Americans say they have lived in a haunted house. 23% say they currently have a resident ghost. It's all good unless you're trying to sell.
Science does not support the existence of ghosts, but many people report lingering energy after death, cold spots, unexplained noises, even pets acting strangely. If you're selling, paranormal activity does not legally have to be revealed, but in most states, death does. NerdWallet says a ghost in the house can lower its value up to 25%, but it can raise the value if a ghost is someone famous. That is, if ghosts even exist. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, final hour, off and rolling. Underway on a Tuesday here. Hard to believe. We'll be rolling into November this weekend. Wow. Yeah, lo and behold, it came up in our conversation last evening. I was talking to Grump. Yeah, after the... shared the story from Freight Waves, where they were kind of breaking down how in recent years, how the American Trucking Association has actually done more to harm trucking safety on the highways versus good. Yeah, continuing the never-ending, we've got a driver shortage. We've thus promoting bringing in these foreign drivers on visas, and we know that has not increased safety. Yeah, they were all about mandating the electronic logging device in the name of safety, which, of course, several years after it became mandatory, they said, well, no, we never said it was about safety. We said it was all about following the rules. Because factually, since the ELD mandate, roads have become less safe. There's no denying that. And I said, well, the ATA's got their big convention that started Sunday. I don't know if it started Saturday, Sunday, but it's underway as we speak. I think they're in California somewhere. Annual convention. And I said, well, what do you want to bet, Grump, that they're going to have driver shortage? Truck driver shortage is one of their top issues the industry needs to address. I said, you can bank on it. Lo and behold. Yeah, this past day, sometimes research simply confirms information we already know. For instance, the American Transportation Research Institute recently released results of the surveys that economic issues are topping the list of concerns for motor carriers and truck drivers. Surprise, surprise, of course. Yeah, the trucking industry's been coping with the freight recession for nearly 3 years now. So the Transportation Research 2025 survey results about critical issues reflect that. More than 4,200 trucking industry stakeholders participated in this survey. More than 1,000 of those respondents listed the economy as the trucking industry's most critical issue right now. Yeah, now 3 years into a historic freight recession, freight rates and tonnage have remained stagnant across the industry. At the same time, per-mile costs have increased considerably faster than inflation. A perfect storm that is squeezing fleet operations, squeezing the margins, necessitating extensive cost-cutting measures. They wrote in their report, total trucking employment and driver employment specifically continued to fall year over year amid layoffs, market exits, bankruptcies. Unfortunately, the challenging economic conditions keep those freight capacity reductions from translating into improved rates. Economy, top issue, third year in a row. Truck parking, which was second last year, dropped to number 4. Lawsuit abuse reform and insurance costs both moved up one spot to second and third. The overall top 10 is made up of responses from 46% motor carrier executives and personnel, 30% from truck drivers, and about 24% from other freight stakeholders. The 2025 top 10 critical issues overall include, starting at number 1, the economy, followed by lawsuit abuse reform, insurance cost and availability at number 3, truck parking, followed by driver compensation. Number 6 was CSA, 7, English language proficiency, number 8, diesel emission regulations, driver training standards, and artificial intelligence in trucking at 9 and 10. Each year, they also release their top 10 list for truck drivers separately and motor carriers. While truck drivers and trucking companies look at things from a different perspective, both top 10s were led by concerns about money, aligning with the freight recession. Truck drivers said driver compensation was their number 1 concern in the industry. Motor carriers agreed with the overall top 10, also ranking the economy at top. But here's the breakdown. When it comes to the drivers, the men and women behind the wheel, top 10 concerns, again, number 1, driver compensation, followed by truck parking, English language proficiency, followed by broker issues, detention time and delays at customer facilities, artificial intelligence in trucking at number 6, driver training standards, autonomous trucks, the ELD mandate at number 9, and diesel emission regulations at number 10. And nowhere in there is any concern about any sort of a driver shortage in the industry. What goes along with a driver shortage is what? Driver compensation. Number 1 concern of the truck driver is compensation. How many times have we said, if many of these big players in the industry, the ATA member companies, would pay a decent wage to the drivers and address some of that detention time and delays at the shippers and receivers, they wouldn't have concerns about a, quote, driver shortage. Motor carrier, top 10 concerns. Like everyone else, the economy was number 1. Lawsuit abuse reform at number 2. Insurance cost and availability at number 3. CSA number 4. There you go. Driver shortage at number 5. It's only a concern for these big carriers. Carriers look at the driver's number 1 concern, compensation. Number 6 on the carrier's concern was driver retention. Well, it goes hand in hand with driver compensation. If you pay your drivers well, if they're making a decent living, and they feel respected as a driver, they stick around. Those low-pay companies that cite the driver shortage as a concern are the ones that aren't paying wages enough to keep the damn drivers there. Number 8 was the diesel emission regulations, followed by truck parking, and broker issues rounded out the top 10 for the top motor carrier concerns. They continue to push the driver shortage narrative, which does not exist, has not existed. Driver churning, moving from company A to company B, 9 out of 10 times, it's because they're going to make a better compensation package, wages at company B versus company A. Company A continues to say, we can't keep drivers, we can't find drivers. No, you just can't find people that are willing to work for your minuscule slave wage, trucking wages. There you go. See what's going on with the blind man. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I've been listening to the talk shows from Brian Cumey to Vince Colonnese, and they got the attention now of some of these drivers that shouldn't have a license to begin with, thanks to the state of California. It seems they pass out these driver licenses to anyone who wants one, and they're starting to complain, the talk show hosts, about all the accidents that are caused by these drivers that shouldn't have one, license to begin with.
Right.
So it's hitting the mainstream now, and Brian Cumey had a trucker on yesterday for about half an hour talking about the problem. So it's out there now, and people are starting to pay attention. I thought I'd let you know that it's out there now.
Yes, I mean, it's actually getting mainstream news coverage, and in some cases, the likes, covering it's all based on the number of lives being lost. It takes people dying before they'll ever recognize there's a problem here. Yes,
that was mentioned as well. Some of these drivers have no idea about the rules of the road. They can't read the signs because they don't know English.
Yes.
And there was one, I heard a story about one trucker who shouldn't have been driving in the first place, was driving on the wrong side of the road. Could have had an accident there.
Yes, sir. Oftentimes, when you come from a country where, in other parts of the world, of course, they do drive on the opposite side of the road, and I think sometimes they'll come over here and forget, wait a minute, yeah, we don't do that here, right? Let's see, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well.
Hey, I wanted to comment. I've said this in the past. When we were out in D.C. doing all that lobbying for livestock hours of service, we actually met with the American Transportation Research Institute, and they showed us a study from 2016 where they had better safety statistics overall for livestock transportation than they did regular trucking. And I asked the lady, I remember I asked her, I said, how do you compare that when you've got most of the companies is what we do, maybe have 5 trucks. We have 15, but I'm part of a bigger, we're more than just trucking here, And she said they had she showed me this long math formula that they could take a 2-truck company and compare the overall mileage safety statistics to a 500-truck company. But then I got to doing a lot of reading and researching on it too, and we're a lot more owner-operator specific in this industry than we are actual company drivers. And overall, I think you'll find out that your owner-operators have a lot better safety rating than company drivers, because they have a lot more at stake. I'm not saying a guy driving a company truck's not going to be safe, but so I think there's some of the factors in there on that. But this whole narrative, of a driver shortage, I don't understand that. I think part of what it is guys got tired. You know, when they passed this ELD thing, I mean, there's quite a number of guys out here now that are actually tied into having to sit for 10 to 15 hours in a truck stop doing nothing every single day.
Mm-hmm.
You used to not have to do that. And I think, you know, a lot of guys don't want to leave home to have to do that all the time. So you bring in these foreign guys, and they're not going to rock the boat on anything, you know. And I didn't realize the depth of them guys out here until they started talking about this problem with the English fluency out here. And I started paying attention, and there's a lot of European guys, a lot of the Indian guys, you know, a lot of the Muslim guys are out here. And I think part of it is, too, it's like with anything I've mentioned in the past, too, is what they're not looking at is that some of what's coming up is a lot of the baby boom generation that was fueling all of this for employment. We're all older and getting ready to retire. And so they got to go, they got to find where they can get people to do the job. And then I wanted to comment on something Blind Man said. I've been to Latin America, and I've been to Canada, and I've been to Mexico, and all of your highway signs in all of these nations they're all designed the same in the same color. The wording's different on them, and where a lot of the foreigners I think get lost is that they can still tell what a sign is, but you know, you don't know if it says right lane closed ahead or left lane closed ahead,
right,
or extra closed, some of those things.
Yep.
But that's where the problem is. But yeah, it's pretty tragic, the American Transportation Institute, and I'm gonna go make Louis Pugh mad, but I think OIDA's got some skin in the game too on this whole thing as a parking problem and that, you know, and I think for the most part they're on our side. But I remember when we were going through all this hours of service stuff, they were trying to pirate information from us, and the ATA was also. But it comes down to, I think, getting good guys and training them. And if you're going to make a guy sit that long, you need to compensate him even for the sitting, in my opinion, because we're out here. This whole business is about running your truck down the road to make money and not sitting in a truck stop for 10 or 15 hours a day. So that's all I got, Steve. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you much. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another in-depth dive from Freight Waves this past day. Looking into, I guess you'd have to call them these, what have become CDL mills around the country. Just pumping out truck drivers left and right, many of which are not qualified. They start with, as we know, the trucking industry faces a critical safety crisis that's largely gone unnoticed by the American public. Well, as Blind Man just mentioned, until now. Each year, approximately 100,000 truck crashes occur on U.S. highways, resulting in roughly 5,000 fatalities annually. These alarming statistics point to serious flaws in the system that qualifies individuals to operate commercial vehicles. At the heart of the crisis lies a regulatory change implemented in February of 2022 that fundamentally altered how CDLs are issued. That change has enabled the proliferation of what industry experts call CDL mills, substandard training facilities that fail to adequately prepare drivers for the immense responsibility of operating commercial trucks. There's a video where Steve Gold spoke with Craig Fuller at F3 on how entry-level driver training programs created under Biden has made the trucking industry far less safe. Historically, obtaining a commercial driver's license required rigorous training under state-licensed programs that emphasize safety, technical proficiency, compliance with federal regulations. The landscape changed dramatically when the FMCSA introduced a self-certification database that allows virtually anyone to register as a CDL trainer without demonstrating proper qualifications or adhering to state licensing requirements. This regulatory shift created two distinct paths to becoming a commercial truck driver. Number one, the traditional path, attending one of about 2,100 properly state-licensed CDL schools that provide comprehensive training programs. Or number two, the deregulated path, receiving minimal training from one of the over 32,000 self-registered training providers in the Federal Registry. The difference in training quality between these two paths is substantial. Legitimate schools like 160 Driving Academy provide 160 hours of comprehensive training, while self-certified providers may offer as little as a few hours of orientation before sending drivers to actually obtain their licenses. More on that coming up. First, we got to get a news break here. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Federal Reserve is expected to cut interest rates once again this week, likely by 1/4 point, bringing that benchmark rate to around 4%. Officials say they're trying to balance the slowing inflation with protecting jobs amid a government shutdown and missing economic data. Another rate cut in December is a possibility. Venezuela claims they've captured what they call CIA-linked mercenaries plotting a false flag attack, accusing the U.S. as well as Trinidad and Tobago of involvement, although no proof has been shown. The announcement comes as the U.S. expands its military presence in the Caribbean amid rising regional tensions. Wall Street closed with new record highs.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 337 points, the S&P 500 rose 83 points, and the Nasdaq climbing 432 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
Radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, picking up where we left off there, the term CDL mill refers to operations that exploit regulatory loopholes to rapidly process would-be drivers through minimal training before sending them over to obtain their license. These operations, they say, have flourished under the current regulatory framework, which allows virtually any entity, from an established carrier to small businesses with a single truck, to self-certify as training providers. As Steve Gold, the founder of 160 Driving Academy, explains, the feds come in. They create this self-certification database. You can register to be a CDL trainer at the federal level. And employers, if you're an employer, you're exempt. You don't have to be licensed in the state. So there are 32,000 registered federal training providers who can provide training for CDLs. The lack of oversight is particularly alarming. When asked what evidence these self-certified trainers have to provide to demonstrate they've properly trained a diver, Gold was unequivocal. You don't do a damn thing. If this means someone could receive minimal instruction or even watch YouTube videos about truck operation before being directed to a DMV to obtain a commercial license. Some states have further exacerbated the problem by abandoning their own licensing standards in deference to federal guidelines. Indiana, for example, eliminated state oversight of truck driver training schools after the federal registry was implemented, essentially creating a regulatory vacuum. The consequences of this deregulated approach to commercial driver training are severe and measurable. According to the National Highway Safety Administration, the year 2023 saw 153,472 highway truck accidents, 5,472 fatalities, a shocking 40% increase from the levels in 2014. Similar fatality levels continued in 2024. These statistics translate to a disturbing reality. The odds of being killed by a commercial truck are approximately 20 times greater than dying in a commercial airline crash. This disparity highlights the stark difference in training standards between the aviation versus the trucking industries. The particularly troubling incident, Fort Pierce, Florida, the driver who could not speak or read English, a CDL in hand, causing an accident that killed a family of three. Industry assessments further validate these concerns. When 160 Driving Academy evaluated experienced commercial drivers for large carriers, approximately half of them scored below 50% on proficiency tests, a failing grade that would typically disqualify their employment with safety-conscious companies. However, these drivers often find work with smaller operators who may lack the robust safety departments or the evaluation process. In response to these alarming trends, some states have begun taking independent action. California, of course, ranks second nationally in highway fatalities caused by commercial trucks, unanimously passed legislation to eliminate substandard commercial driving schools, yet they're not enforcing the English language proficiency. Florida, Colorado have issued cease and desist letters to unlicensed training facilities that try to circumvent state laws by claiming exemption under federal rules. At the federal level, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has recently taken steps to address related issues, particularly regarding the non-domiciled CDLs, licenses issued to individuals who are not residents of the issuing state, which have raised additional safety concerns. However, industry lobbying initially contributed to the deregulation of driver training requirements based on claims of the perpetual driver shortage. This approach may have inadvertently compromised safety while undermining the economic stability of the industry as a whole, flooding the market with inadequately trained drivers. And that's the ATA, boom, driver shortage. What is the path forward? Addressing the proliferation of CDL mills will require a multifaceted approach, combining federal oversight, state regulation, and an industry commitment to higher standards. Now, this isn't an insurmountable challenge. It's not a hard problem to fix, he says. Number one, strengthening the federal registry by requiring all training providers to demonstrate state licensing before certification. Number two, implementing robust enforcement mechanisms to ensure compliance with training standards. Establishing clear penalties for entities that falsely attest to providing proper training. And lastly, supporting state efforts to maintain or enhance their licensing requirements. The trucking industry plays a pivotal role in the American economy. Commercial drivers moving more than 70% of all freight across the country. These essential workers deserve proper training. The public deserves the assurance that commercial vehicles are operated by a qualified professional. Addressing the issue of CDL mills and substandard training, we can work toward reducing this alarming rate of truck-related accidents and fatalities while ensuring commercial transportation remains both efficient and safe for all users. I know in the mix when they talk about the 5,000, whatever it is, fatalities per year, the number of accidents per year, how many are actually the cause of the commercial driver versus other operators. Oftentimes they call them the four-wheelers. Historically, 70%, 80%, sometimes more of the accidents are caused by the not commercial operator. I kind of wonder if those trends have been changing with the likes of the CDL mills. 2022, we've seen this rapid transition to everybody getting a CDL, right? All right, let's see if Eagle's hanging in there. Had wanted to come back. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yes. Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to make a comment before I get to this situation with the protesters. Let's say something about these truck drivers, since that's what you was talking about just earlier. This guy out in California who did what he did last week, who ran into the back of these vehicles, he killed 8 people. This guy here, I'm not sure where is he at right now, but hopefully he's in jail somewhere in the state of California. He doesn't need to receive a bond or nothing because he's going to try to make a run for the border, just like the other guy down in Florida did when they released him for some reason. The guy who made the U-turn, he tried to get the hell out of the country, and luckily they was able to apprehend him. So hopefully this guy is sitting in a jail cell somewhere, because he doesn't deserve a bond. He took 8 lives unnecessarily and under the influence of drugs or either alcohol. And California, like I say, Gavin Newsom is still trying to deny accountability for what he has done. But Gavin Newsom is responsible for these drivers receiving licenses that shouldn't have got them out in California. And it needs to come to a stop. Like I told you last week, Steve, every truck that leaves the state of California, no matter what interstate you're on, whether it be Interstate 5, 10, 40, or 80, needs to be stopped and checked to see who the hell's driving that truck, and find out if this man is qualified before he's allowed to enter into another state.
Right.
Because like I told you last week, if Gavin Newsom in California ain't worried about it, keep them in that state and let them do the destruction there. Other states we don't want them in the other states of America. If Gavin Newsom ain't worried about it, when keep him driving in California. We don't have to deal with him nowhere else. Because I'm fed up with him and the whole state of California at this point. Now, moving on to this other situation. And I talked to you about these protesters again. The situation's getting more and more dangerous, Steve. I've told you this. Eventually somebody's going to get hurt or somebody's going to get killed. Another bounty, I understand earlier, I read this earlier tonight, somebody placed a bounty on Pam Bondi's head. Yeah. $45,000 bounty. Somebody took her out. Okay, we've had bounties placed on ICE agents, $200,000, $100,000 bounties. Okay, these people are putting bounties on people's heads, and now they're using vehicles. I told you last week, even before it happened, about the situation in Chicago where people are blocking ICE vehicles that have arrested individuals and not allowing them to move on to their destination. Okay, we got that going on. And now on Thursday, after I had talked to you, no sooner I had talked to you, they had an incident in California at a Coast Guard facility where somebody tried to use a U-Haul truck as a weapon. It was like it was a damn movie or something. I don't know if you've seen it or not.
Yeah.
Did you see all the guns and bullets that was being fired at that truck as it was backing up?
Right. Yeah, I don't know if they. I don't know if they ever apprehended the driver of that U-Haul or not. I mean, but yeah, when he was backing up, gunfire erupted, and there were a number of rounds fired at him.
I don't see how he didn't get hit. That's what I'm trying to find out. Who the driver? With all them bullets that they fired at that truck, I'm trying to figure out how the hell he didn't get hit by one of them bullets. I never did hear, like you said, I never did hear about who was driving that truck and what happened to the man driving that truck. But whoever he is, he needs to be in jail right now. Yeah. Whoever the hell he was, because he had bad intentions. And like I said, like I told you earlier, what would have happened if that truck would have had a bomb in the back of it, and that truck would have blew up as he backed it up to that Coast Guard facility? This is getting to be real dangerous now. These people are getting more and more dangerous as the weeks go on. These protesters and agitators, whatever you want to call them, and somebody's eventually gonna get hurt. Even Tom Homan said it. Even Pam Bondi and what's the woman's name? Christy Holm has already said that eventually, with the chaos that's going on in America, it's just not a matter if an agent is going to get killed, just a matter of when and where, unfortunately, because these people are very dangerous individuals, and they need to be stopped immediately and placed under arrest. Now, as far as the other situation goes, Steve, we talked about last week, as we get closer and closer to November the 1st, government shutdown don't look like it's going to end. Don't look like the Democrats are trying to make it seems like they're blatantly trying to hold the government hostage and the American people hostage. They're not trying to negotiate, they're trying to do a damn thing. So, as we get closer to November 1st, you're seeing more, we talked about it last week, more and more people are making these videos talking about what they're going to do to put food on their table, talking about going in the stores, doing whatever the hell they have to do. And like Grump said and other people have said, they're not thinking about the next option of not stealing, but actually going out and getting the job so you can earn the money, so you can go into the store and buy the stuff the right way. They want to do it the wrong way. They think it's okay, Steve. You actually got people in America that think it's okay for them to go into a Walmart and get a grocery basket and fill it up and walk out the front door without paying for it. So it's really sad that we live in a society like that. And hopefully they get what's coming to them when they try to make that move. Hopefully they'll be arrested and placed in jail, because you're nothing but a criminal. Whether you're taking care of yourself or your family doesn't give you the right to go into a store and walk out with a basket full of groceries. So it's really sad that we live in a society like that. And I blame it all on the Democrats, because they're the ones that got these people addicted to these free wannabe give-outs with Obamas and the Clintons and all those type of people. They're the ones who got this started with Democrats feeling like they are owed something by the government. They don't own anything. If you want something, you need to get off your rear end and go get a job just like me and you do right now. But they don't want to do it that way. So hopefully they'll face the consequences come November the 1st. I'm anxious to see what really takes place.
And I saw one, it was, I believe, on a TikTok video with a young woman trying to say, Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving's coming, and I'm going to have my Thanksgiving dinner. and tried to actually set a time and a date. She said something about either November 3rd, November 4th. Yeah, we're all going to go into Walmart at 6:30 p.m. We're going to get what we need and exit at 7:30 p.m. They can't catch us all. She said something about run, Forrest, run. Just run. 6:30 p.m., leave at 7:30. We're going to have our Thanksgiving dinner. All right, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that college game day next Saturday. Yeah, unusual. Sharing a little love with the Big 12 conference, where they're going to be out in Salt Lake City there, Utah, for that Big 12 matchup between the Cincinnati Bearcats at Utah. What I didn't realize is that game Saturday doesn't start till like 10:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Wow. Yeah, will I be? Will I still be awake to tune into that game? 10 o'clock Saturday night. Okay. So the Big 12 after dark out west this Saturday. Welcome back, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for having me back there, Mr. Steve Sommers. That football, it reminds me that Grump and Big Ed sang Hotty Toddy for me on Monday morning. I haven't got a chance to listen to the podcast since Ole Miss took care of business down there. They both said that Ole Miss was going to lose.
Yes, I actually had your name written down under Ole Miss when I had them circled as the winner. I meant to tell them. I meant to tell them you were expecting them to pay the price.
Oh yeah, well it's kind of like that. Delivering truck driver preacher there. That he wouldn't sing Hotty Toddy for me when he said Ole Miss was going to lose too. So. That's all right. I'll forgive him and go on with it there. So, did you see what happened to Pappy?
What happened to Pappy?
Yeah, somebody robbed the drugstore down there in Cincinnati and stole all the Viagra out of it, and they sent Pappy down there to investigate it. He put a all points bulletin out. Be on the lookout for 2 hardened criminals.
Yes, sir.
I know that's right. Well, let's get that Superfire chat out Truck and Field. I know he's just right around the corner. Hell, I might have missed it. I don't know. But anyway, do you know I wrote a country song yesterday about a tortilla?
I do not.
Oh, actually, it's a rap.
Okay.
And that's all my bull
There
on for
you
tonight.
go. It's not a tortilla, it's a wrap. Well, speaking of, I almost forgot. Truck and Phil there. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill, and the great Knuckle Buster. Shout out to all the veterans out there. Starting off at 40 today, 60 for a high, 37 with a high 56 in Newaygo, Michigan. Everyone have a great day, and Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, lastly, we see, when I saw the number, I thought, man, that's a lot of corporate jobs to be cutting. Amazon, they tell us, preparing to cut as many as 30,000 corporate jobs starting today, Tuesday, as they look to rein in expenses after the pandemic-era overhiring, according to those familiar with the matter. These reductions would amount to about 10% of their roughly 350,000 corporate employees. Okay, so that's a lot of corporate employees. It's technically a small share. Amazon has 1.55 million total workforce. I mean, I knew they were big, but now if carried out at that scale, the move would mark Amazon's largest layoff since they eliminated about 27,000 positions in late 2022. Managers in the affected units were briefed this past day on delivery notifications. So I guess those cuts are expected to start coming up here later this morning. Someone's got the job of going in and telling who knows how many in the corporate level. You're out of a job. All right, with that, we'll close things out here on a Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for spending some time with us here. Be safe out there in your travels. When we come back tonight, we'll be learning much more. Prayers for the folks in Jamaica, that they're going to be really suffering for the next 24 hours plus with hurricane. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.